Welcome to Sacrilegious Discourse.
For this is what the Sovereign Lord says.
Why do you need prophets to tell people who you are and what you want?
If you can justify everything that the God of the Bible has done, then you can justify any of your behavior.
A lot of this mentality is trickling into what is now mainstream right-wing Christianity.
I am capable of empathy greater than this God of the Bible.
This is a Bible that they tell kids. This is the good Lord. This is the good book. He is fantasizing about murder, mass murder.
Head over to sacrilegiousdiscourse.com right now to find out how to leave us a review or support us on Patreon.
Hey there, sinners and saints. It's your favorite Bible-bashing duo from Sacrilegious Discourse, and we need your help.
That's right, folks. We're raising funds for some heavenly equipment and a studio that doesn't sound like it's in the depths of hell.
Our current setup, let's just say it's more apocalypse than audiophile.
So if you want to hear us dissect the Bible without the background noise of demonic squirrels, chip in a few bucks.
We're aiming for $5,000 to upgrade our audio and build a studio worthy of blasphemous banter.
Donate today and help us spread the good word of atheism.
You can find a link right on our homepage, sacrilegiousdiscourse.com. Every dollar counts.
Even if it's from your collection plate. Husband!
Wife!
Do you know what we're doing today?
We are starting a new book of the Bible.
We are.
Which is...
Hosehead.
No.
What is it?
Try again.
Hosea.
Hosea.
Yeah.
You were getting it wrong all last week.
I was calling it Josiah.
You were calling it anything but Hosea.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're starting a new book.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You ready to do this?
I sure as fuck am.
Let's do it.
Okie dokie. All right, let's get into this book of Hosehead.
Hosea.
Chapter 1.
Yes.
All right. But first I thought we could take a look at who the fuck is this guy.
Okay.
Is he like Daniel, just some legend?
Sure. Who the fuck is Hosea?
Is he a real dude?
I don't know. Is he?
What's the book? When was it written? Who wrote it?
It was a while ago, I know.
Yeah. See?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about this.
Yeah.
So Hosea is listed as one of the 12 minor prophets of the Nevi'im.
Okay.
Which is the prophet section of the Tanakh.
Got it.
You know how they split up their books into the sections. Torah and the Ketuvim is the other part.
The sections.
Yeah.
The things, the breakdowns, the places. Yeah, I got it.
So, the writings, that's the one I was thinking of, like Proverbs and shit.
Right.
Yeah. And then this one is the prophets.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but it also is its own book in the, Christian Old Testament.
Right.
Which is
obviously because we're reading it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
According to the traditional order of most Hebrew Bibles, it is the first of the 12 minor prophets.
I see.
So we've gotten into what I like to call the doomsday preppers, the minor prophets.
Okay.
Because they're talking about, future to come and it's bad.
Got it.
Okay. So that's what I called them on my list. Doomsday preppers.
Got it.
The book is set. We're going back in time here.
Oh, okay.
Because that's fun.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
The book is set around the fall of the northern kingdom of Israel in the last year of the reign of Jeroboam.
Wow.
King of Israel.
Way back.
Yeah.
Huh.
And as such, it denounces the worship of gods other than Yahweh.
I mean, that's pretty much consistent most of the way through the Bible.
Exactly. So. Well, this one is a gross story that I hate. I read just a quick, what's it?
Okay.
And I'm like, I'm going to hate this.
Got it.
Exciting.
Yeah.
It uses the story of an unfaithful wife as a metaphor for the people of Israel's abandonment of Yahweh. So we get to hear all about this fucking whore that cheated on her goddamn husband.
They really like using women to
illustrate everything bad?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Basically.
The book dates back to around 760 to 720 BCE.
Oh, so this is quite old.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And it's one of the oldest books of the Tanakh.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It even predates the final recensions of the full Torah, the Pentateuch.
Okay.
So, how they changed around stuff, added, took out, rescinded,
Sure.
Like they sat around the table figuring out what the final copy would be.
Right.
Yeah. this predates that final version.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
The book has a long history of formation and transmission, meaning gathering up the stories, figuring out what the story is, and passing it from one person to the next.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
Much of the material in oral form goes back to Hosea himself, so it is a dude. Okay?
Okay.
Hosea is a guy,
All right.
not like Daniel.
Got it.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the collection of sayings and individual counts was probably done in Judah, though, at a much later date than him.
Got it.
So,
Okay.
whatever.
All right.
And he is among the first writing prophets, which...
He hypothetically wrote this, or what do you mean by writing prophets?
Yeah. But
Okay.
it depends who you ask.
Got
Much
it.
like everything. So, you know how it be.
Right.
Okay. He prophesied during a really deeply dark, dramatic era of Israel's history
Okay.
because the northern kingdom's decline and fall that happened in the 8th century BCE. So,
Okay.
like the 700 BCEs.
Right,
You know,
right.
they were in a shambles. Like, the sky is falling, the sky is falling.
Sure.
Everybody's trying to get us all the time.
Right. Right.
And so Hosea was like, this sucks. I got to cheer my people up. The people's abandonment of faith was rampant, like you said, but not just then, throughout fucking history.
Sure.
Having turned away from God in order to serve both the calves of Jeroboam and the Canaanite gods Baal and Asherah.
Right.
So they were like, all of this sounds great. But then we also talked about how the calves of Jeroboam were not necessarily inconsistent or incorrect, because remember, he was just kind of...
It was a different version of Yahweh, basically.
It was a different sect.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I just found that
Which is I feel like that was partly what was going on with Aaron at the bottom of the mountain when Moses went up to the top of the mountain.
Exactly.
Because he made a calf then as well.
Yes, he
so
did.
it feels like some of those things were like sprinkled throughout and foreshadowing what maybe came later.
Yeah.
As far as these different groups of people that worshiped Yahweh.
Yep.
So.
Yep. There you go. Other sins followed the book claims. So it wasn't just that they turned away from God and worshipped other gods.
Right.
They did a bunch of other shit like homicide, perjury, theft, and sexual deviation.
I'm sure they did. Yeah.
That they was always fucking in the high places and under the tall trees, you know?
Yeah. Right.
Hosea declares that unless they repent of these sins, God will allow their nation to be destroyed, and the people will be taken into captivity by Assyria, the greatest nation of that time.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
they were always scared of some nation that was big.
They were.
But
yeah.
who knows which one it was in any given century.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, this goes back to when we're like, God's always killing his own people. Always. Like,
Never
there's always
not-
something going on.
Never not be scared if you're the people, and never not be mad if you're God.
Right. I just feel like, if you're going to believe in this God, right, he's a bad fucking manager. Mm-hmm. His people will not get on board with his message.
No.
Right.
Not at
So
all.
I feel like he's a piss poor leader.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I think so too. Because the leader is supposed to take responsibility for all those who are under him.
Yeah. I mean, he really could have, benefited from, the help of Stephen Covey or something, What is it? Seven
The habits of highly
effective people. Right.
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I wonder what color his parachute was.
I don't know.
Or who
I don't
moved
know.
his cheese.
Right.
The prophecy of Hosea centers on God's unending love toward a very sinful Israel and God's agony over his people's betrayal.
But only because it looks bad to his neighbors,
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
At least that's what we've
He's
discovered.
like, how could you stop worshiping me and be scared? Love me, bitches.
Yeah.
And they're
Yeah.
like, we love all the gods. Whichever one makes it rain. That's the one we love best, though.
Yeah.
Hosea prophesied over the course of around 66 years, from 790 to about 724 BCE.
Okay.
And thus he served 8 years under the reign of Jeroboam, 33 years under the reign of Uzziah, the whole reigns of Jotham and Ahaz, remember they were very brief, and then 3 years in the reign of Hezekiah.
Got it.
He would not have survived the taking of Samaria, of course, which
Okay.
happened a bit later.
Okay.
Hosea's message influenced latter prophets such as Jeremiah. So, he was one of the major prophets, but now we're in the minor prophets.
Right.
So, with that, now we know a little bit more about him. Still not enough, really, but we'll do a.
I mean, how much can you really know about somebody that's like almost 3,000 years old?
Right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know a little bit more about what he was about, when he was, who wrote his book and stuff. But I will do a deeper dive, of course, when we do our book wrap up.
I mean, I think it's enough to say that he was big mad at the way the Israelites were worshiping other gods. That's pretty much.
He was big mad.
Yeah.
All right. So let's read chapter 1. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. The word of the Lord that came to Hosea, son of Beeri, during the reigns of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah, and during the reign of Jeroboam, son of Jehoash, king of Israel.
Okay.
That was verse 1, which is basically like just an intro to this.
Sure.
Okay. When the Lord began to speak through Hosea, the Lord said to him, "Go, marry a promiscuous woman and have children with her. For like an adulterous wife, this land is guilty of unfaithfulness to the Lord."
Why the fuck is he telling his prophet to go do that?
I don't know.
Like, is that he's trying to have his prophet be an example of what is going wrong in Israel?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he married Gomer, that whore.
Yeah, I guess.
Daughter of Diblaim. And Diblaim. And she conceived and bore him a son. Then the Lord said to Hosea, "Call him Jezreel, because I will soon punish the house of Jehu for the massacre at Jezreel, and I will put an end to the kingdom of Israel."
Okay.
In that day, continued God, "I will break Israel's bow in the valley of Jezreel."
Got it. Yeah, great.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to name my kid after.
Didn't they just say that he was showing something about endless love, and now he's going to kill them all, right?
This is part of his love bomb.
Oh, killing people means love. I always wondered how that worked.
It's like if you research a narcissist online, like in the whole medical sense of the word.
Yeah.
They love bomb, and then they punch you in the face, and then they apologize, and then they say, "But you had it coming," and then they're like, "Well, it's fine, everybody punches," and then they're like, "That never happened. What are you fucking talking about, you weirdo?
Sure.
Why are you exaggerating?" And then they love bomb some more if they feel like it.
Got it.
So he's in his punch you in the eye phase.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gomer conceived again and gave birth to a daughter. Then,
if this woman's as much of a whore as that they say she is, how does he know that it's his? Right?
Exactly. Then the Lord, because the Lord just knows these things.
Oh, okay.
He had a pregnancy test.
Got it.
And a DNA kit.
Okay.
Then the Lord said to Hosea, "Call her Lo Ruhamah," which means not loved.
Wow.
Right?
That's horrible.
I know, exactly. "For I will no longer show love to Israel, that I should at all forgive them. Yet I will show love to Judah, and I will save them, not by bow, sword, or battle, or by horses and horsemen, but I, the Lord their God, will save them."
Until he doesn't, when they fall later.
Yeah.
Not too much later,
That's why I kind of did the with my voice at the end there, to kind of suggest that there's a ...
right
question mark.
Yeah, no, it's funny. Like it's whatever. He punishes everybody all the time, always.
Yeah.
Until he doesn't, and then he doesn't. I guess
It's like if you had a kid and you named it "fuck you."
Right.
Like, why? Stop. That's mean. Don't do that.
Yeah.
After she had weaned Lo Ruhamah, Gomer had another son, so 3 babies.
Okay.
Then the Lord said, "Call him Lo Ami," which means not my people.
Wow.
Right?
Maybe this is the one that she had with somebody else.
"For you are not my people, and I am not your God."
Oh, okay.
Damn.
I love you, but I'm not your God.
Yeah.
And you're not my people.
So, but I could go fuck
What?
under the Asherah pole now, right?
Right. Yeah. So fuck off, God.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to tell you all these years, God.
Yeah.
Jeez. "Yet the Israelites will be like the sand on the seashore, which cannot be measured or counted. In the place where it was said to them, 'You are not my people,' they will be called children of the living God." The people of Judah and the people of Israel will come together. They will appoint one leader and will come up out of the land, for great will be the day of Jezreel. The end.
Well, that still hasn't happened technically because they got conquered by Babylon and Judah was still a thing, and then the 12 tribes of Israel, they're still trying to recover them
right
to this day. I'm just saying, like, it's not, they don't know where the fuck these tribes are. They don't know what happened to them. Like, it speaks of it as though it's going to be this great coming together, right?
Right.
And there has been no account of a great coming together of the Israelite tribes after they were tribes way back in thousands of years ago.
My dad said they're all there.
That's bullshit.
My dad saad they're all there.
Well, your dad's full of shit.
I mean,
with regard to that.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can say that with any authority.
He read the Bible.
Okay.
So that was the end of that chapter, but I took some notes and I wanted to tell you a few things as I went through chapter 1.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my first note, I use the swipe thingy to make words on my phone. Like, I don't type them in.
You swipe type.
I swipe type.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only sometimes, almost always, it doesn't guess the word correctly.
Yeah.
And so I kept trying to type in or swipe in Gomer.
Yeah.
And the first one that came up was grinder. And then came ginger. And I was like, okay, I got to save these. So I did.
Yeah.
She was probably not a prostitute when Hosea was told to marry her.
Okay.
I don't know how that works when that verse specifically said, go marry that promiscuous person.
Yeah.
Does that mean that she was fucking but not getting money for it?
That could be, maybe.
That...
Or maybe they've tried to, in years since that was written, tried to tame that down some.
Right.
You know?
Maybe we should be a little more lenient on women and not hate them quite as much.
I mean, I think you could see that either way, right?
Okay.
Because the Bible is notoriously bad with regard to how it views and talks about women.
Yeah.
So I feel like even maybe hundreds of years ago, they might have seen stuff like this and be like, we need to like not say that this is that, you know? Because that sounds pretty fucking bad.
It's mean.
Even in the grand scheme of things of how much bad there is about women in the Bible, this one's, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
And it's very direct. Like, I'm going to represent the shittiness of Israel with a woman. That is what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
This woman represents how shitty Israel is.
Exactly.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
So some of the notes that I took from various sources said that in recording the story, this is Hosea looking back over the events that happened, and he's recalling that the woman whom he married and who bore him children became a prostitute.
Whoa. Became one, huh?
I guess.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's interesting. I want to hear that story.
Right?
Yeah.
I have not gone.
Apparently Hosea was not, not doing his bit. I don't know.
Dang.
Didn't hold up his end of the bargain, maybe.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I don't know.
Jeez.
He's in love with God,
Okay, there are many different reasons that people cheat, and it's not all related to sex.
No, but I want to hear the story.
I do too, but I don't know what story we're getting, so we'll just have to, hang in there.
I'm just saying, that sounds like a juicy story. I want to hear that story.
No, I agree.
So
I do. So let's talk about the kids for just a second.
All right.
Okay, so you know how each of them was named something horrible, bad, and wrong?
Yeah.
So the first one was intended to put Israel in mind of their unrepented guilt. Okay. And the acts of cruelty committed in their palace of Jezreel.
It just occurred to me, maybe she got rid of him because of what he made her name their kids.
That could be.
I'm just saying.
That could be. And the only way to support herself was prostitution.
Sure, yeah.
So she wasn't promiscuous. She was a woman on hard times trying to support her kids.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
Right.
So this particular name with the first child and the prophecy foretold judgment on the dynasty of Jehu to which Jeroboam belonged.
Okay.
I don't really... Okay.
It's been a while, so I can't remember all this that well, but okay.
So God's appointment of Jehu as king was for the purpose of destroying the wicked family of Ahab and Jezebel. But Jehu used it as an opportunity to satisfy his ambition for absolute power.
Okay.
I only vaguely remember all that.
Right.
And he treacherously destroyed all opponents in a series of brutal massacres.
Oh.
But now the dynasty he established would be coming to an end. So that's what the first name is supposed to represent. All of that. Okay.
All right.
So the second one was a daughter, And that one foretold that God will no longer have pity on the northern kingdom, but will allow it to suffer the full penalty of its sins. So he's like, fuck you, die.
Yeah.
It signifies the people of Israel not finding mercy, and in consequence of their guilt, God's rejection. I'm your God.
Right.
However, of course, we all know he will not withdraw his mercy from Judah, but will protect it by his miraculous power, blah, 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 whatever. So anyway, then the third kid was another son. And by that point, God was like, fuck all y'all. He no longer recognized Israel as his people, and the nation, and then later Judah as well, would be cut off from him and taken into captivity. So those are supposed to all be 3 separate prophecies.
Got it.
Okay. And then, of course, despite these judgments, God will have pity on Israel and Judah. Didn't you know?
Of course. Yeah. Right.
So he promises to repair the loss to his church by calling in the Gentiles and by uniting all the children of God under one head, the Messiah, in the latter days. Did you get any of that? I didn't. I didn't hear him say all that.
No.
Yeah, I didn't hear him say those words either. No, I have stuff sprinkled in that's helpful, and then I have stuff that is like I'm being sarcastic because I got it from an apologist who just decided he was going to tell us things that he thought it should mean.
Yeah, I was going to say that sounds like somebody Christian just kind of tossed that in there for their own, they wanted that in there.
Messiah.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I missed a bit. I don't know.
Well, it didn't say that.
I don't recall that part.
It didn't say it. That's why.
Didn't. I know.
No. So that is all I have for this chapter. I feel like we're off to a good start, even though it's shitty.
Right.
It's a story.
It is.
And we do want to know
which is better than a lot of the older stuff was. So,
yeah.
I mean, I'm happy about that.
Yeah. And we do want to know what happens next.
Definitely.
And you can't always say that about this fucking book.
No, definitely not. So that was Hosea chapter 1.
God damn it, I almost said his name wrong again. Yes, that was indeed Hosea chapter 1.
And we will be back tomorrow with
Hosea chapter 2.
Or Hosea chapter 2.
Yes, that one.
See you then.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
So, do you know where we are today?
Well, we just started a new book of the Bible yesterday with Hosea chapter 1. And in that chapter, we've got a new, possibly real in history type deal, maybe.
Dude.
Prophet named Hosea.
A minor prophet.
Minor prophet, sure. And Hosea was commanded by God to marry a prostitute.
A promiscuous woman.
Commanded by God, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because of course, God is going to use this minor prophet as an example of Israel's wrongdoing, maybe?
As symbolism.
So he's going to make his minor prophet get married to a prostitute who is then going to faithfully give him children who also get shitty names because of God.
Right.
Is that... To symbolize, the Israelite shittiness.
Yes.
Is that the gist of it?
So they named their kids, "You suck, fuck off, and kiss my ass."
I mean, essentially, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just, this is really weird.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe Hosea just didn't like his wife and he wrote about it.
Oh my God.
That's what
probably,
I think. So that's my theory, at least my working theory.
Yeah. I think you got something there.
Yeah, right. So anyway, that was Hosea chapter 1.
Yes, it was.
Which means that today we're getting into...
Hosea chapter 2.
All right, let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, so we are getting into Hosea chapter 2.
Hosea chapter 2.
Correct.
Yeah.
And first I need to start with an apology-ish.
Do ya?
Yeah. So remember at the end of the last chapter when I was reading my notes and we were like, I didn't get that out of that. The fuck are they talking about?
Kind of, yeah.
It was the whole, God's going to make them be his people again and bring them all together.
Right.
And we were like, he didn't say all that.
Sure.
Okay, so here's the thing. Those notes included the first verse of chapter 2.
Oh.
Because it the whole thing carries over.
I see.
And I didn't realize that until I was starting my notes for chapter 2. And they started at verse 2. And I was like, right, but where's verse 1?
Right.
Well, in the notes, it's back in the last chapter.
They break the... Okay. I don't understand. Why don't they just fix the breaks?
Just fix the breaks. This isn't a scroll. We don't have to do that anymore.
It doesn't. It makes no sense.
No, it just doesn't.
Yeah.
It's so fucking stupid. So anyway, I apologize. Maybe it does say that. I'm going to assume it does, but we'll find out here in a minute.
Yeah.
But not having read the Bible before and forgetting that sometimes it lies, I fucked up.
Okay. Maybe.
Well, no, I did fuck up yesterday because I was like, it didn't say that. And
but we don't.
But in the chapter we read, it didn't.
Right. Okay.
See what I'm saying? It did not say that in the chapter we read. But it might still
not say it.
Right. But I can't apologize for that yet.
Okay.
I'm not there yet.
All right. Got it.
I'm apologizing for yesterday. I said the notes say this happens in this chapter.
Right.
And I didn't get that out of this chapter. And what the fuck?
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Are we on the same page now?
I think so.
All right. So let's start with Hosea chapter 2.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say of your brothers, my people, and of your sisters, my loved one. And what? Brothers, my people, and of your sisters.
I mean,
my loved one.
Sure.
Okay, wait. Let me try that one more time because the quotes are misplaced and weird. Say of your brothers, my people, and of your sisters, my loved one.
Okay.
Okay, does that...
That sounds a little better, yeah.
Okay. Rebuke your mother, rebuke her, for she is not my wife, and I am not her husband. Oh.
Whoa.
Okay, Hosea is yelling at his kids to yell at mom.
What the fuck?
Right? Am I getting this correct?
Sounds that way. But he married her.
I know. Let her remove the adulterous look from her face.
Adulterous look.
You got that adulterous... You look adulterous-y.
She doesn't have that loving feeling. She's got an adulterous look.
She's got lion eyes.
I guess, yeah.
You can't hide those lion eyes.
Apparently not. She's got honey lips. I bet she's honey-lipped.
She's got honey lips. She's a honey lip vixen. Yeah. And he's singing, what you gonna do with those shoes?
Yeah.
Okay, so next time somebody pisses me off, I'm going to be like, you got that adulterous look about you. Okay, so remove the adulterous look from her face, kiddos.
Yeah.
And the unfaithfulness from between her breasts.
What?
Get right up there in her boobies.
The fuck? Her unfaithfulness between her breasts?
That's where her heart is. He's saying her heart.
Oh, okay.
He couldn't just say heart. He had to say boobies.
Okay, all right.
He's 3 like me. Boobies.
Got it.
Boobies.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll strip her naked and make her as bare as on the day she was born.
Jesus.
That's healthy.
What the fuck?
Right? I will make her like a desert, turn her into a parched land, and slay her with thirst. Are you talking about like beating her and like raping her?
Look, I know this is like this is symbolism for what this is not okay.
No.
Right? Like,
no.
I mean, come on, guys. This is a woman we're talking about, and she's married to you, and you're saying that she is a prostitute because she has unfaithful eyes? I'm a no.
Right?
No. This isn't okay.
No.
Like, you need to stop talking about women like this in the Bible because it's bullshit.
Let me read you the next line. You're going to love this one.
Fuck.
I will not show my love to her children because they are the children of adultery.
What the fuck?
Now I ain't even the daddy. What the fuck?
No,
but you know you are though, bro.
Right?
Unless after those 3 warriors, did she go out and fuck 100 boys on the football team and got pregnant by, 12 of them and had 12 babies back to back? Like, is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, he was claiming the kid. I don't know. I don't agree with. This is not okay.
This is not okay.
Yeah. Like, look, it's one thing to have symbolism to describe something, right?
Yeah.
I understand that. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. This is a terrible symbol.
Yeah.
To use for symbolism. You're
And moreover, so let me just make sure I understand this here. So in this analogy, Hosea's treatment of his adulterous wife is like God's treatment of
the Israelites.
So you, God, are saying this to your people? Because that's gross.
Well, but we know that he says this to his people.
I know.
Like that's not unexpected necessarily. We've already commented throughout the entire Bible how shitty God has been to his people, right?
Yeah.
That part we get. But to take it and boil it down to the relationship between a husband and his wife, where the husband is in this power structure, power dynamic over the wife, and is treating like, okay, this is misogyny at its like biggest, largest form, where this man is just deciding that his wife looks like a prostitute, apparently.
Right.
And deciding that she has been unfaithful in her heart, right?
Yeah.
Because he is in charge, because he knows best, because he is the husband.
And God told him so.
Sure. But you know what? Fuck you.
Yeah.
That's fucking bullshit. And this is why, partly, culturally, why men feel like it's okay to be horrible to women.
Right.
And it's not okay.
This is not okay. Don't do this.
Right.
So, okay, let me continue. I will not show my love to her children because they are the children of adultery. Their mother has been unfaithful and has conceived them in disgrace. She said, I'll go after my lovers who give me food and my water, my wool and my linen, my olive oil and my drink. Womp womp.
Is that? I missed that bit in the last chapter because it sounded like they were his kids in the last chapter.
That's what I'm saying. Those 3 were his kids. So did she have more?
Right. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What exactly are we like? This needs to be clarified because of the strength of punishment that's going to happen because of this.
Yeah.
Right.
And also, so what? She just woke up one day and decided to cheat on you for the fuck of it and said it straight to your face, huh?
Right.
Or were you an asshole?
I'm betting he was an asshole.
I know he was an asshole because of his fucking public reaction.
Right.
He wrote this shit down and was like, they're going to hate you for ages.
Right. Yeah.
Bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I know he was an asshole.
Right.
Okay, Hosea, I don't like you.
I don't either. Yeah.
Okay. Therefore, I will block her path with thorn bushes. I will wall her in so that she cannot find her way. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. That is abuse.
Yeah.
And you cannot hold people hostage.
Yeah, if she's cheating on you or whatever, just let her go.
You're a psycho.
Yeah, just fucking let her go.
And pathetic, because you're saying, baby, don't leave me, and you're chasing her down the street while she's driving away in her car. Right. You're pathetic.
But it is perfect symbolism, though, for God.
Yeah.
God does not let his people go. He kills them.
Yeah, exactly.
He tortures them. He makes them eat their children, apparently.
Yeah,
he does all kinds of really crappy things to them.
This is horrible.
It is an apt description as to how God treats his people.
It's like, yes, you're right. Your God is that shitty.
Right. The man, like I will give it this. The description of the man, Hosea, in this symbolic message of how God sees his relationship with the Israelites is very spot on.
Yeah.
Right?
That's not a good thing, though.
No, that's not a good thing.
Right.
And moreover, much like our position with regard to how God treats the Israelites, we don't agree with how he does that.
Right.
We don't agree with how Hosea is treating his wife.
Exactly.
Right? So neither one of these work in any sense in the modern age. Right? And we're trying, and people who are religious are trying to pretend like these things are okay.
Yeah.
And I've actually heard people close to us, and I'm going to out, it's your parents, say that men are the people that are in charge of the women.
Yeah.
And it's not just your parents. I've heard other people say the same thing.
But it's
yucky today,
that it's
in 2024.
Yeah.
Like,
it's
what?
yucky that it's my parents because it's people that we love and spend time with.
Right.
And they're like, no, but the man's in charge.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
and they have very soft reasons for it. Like, right, they say it nicely.
Well, and then they're like, but I mean, the woman has to, the man has to take care of her.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, because that part doesn't always get said,
It's like in the modern age, people want to say these things.
Right.
But they don't actually mean it generally. But also it allows for people to be shitty if they want to be shitty.
Right, exactly.
So that's the problem really inherent now.
I'm like, what if, and hear me out, nobody's in charge of each other, and you guys make decisions not based on gender norms, and if the man works and the woman stays home to whatever she's doing at home, taking care of the kids, cooking, cleaning, doing house, maybe she's got mental health issues, that's fine.
Right.
Because they mutually decided that.
Sure.
Or conversely, what if she's the breadwinner and he stays home for any of the same reasons?
Right.
That's fine. What if they both work? What if neither of them work because they got an inheritance?
Sure.
What if it's none of our goddamn business and nobody's in charge? They just live their fucking lives and don't be rude at each other.
Yeah.
What if? And also, what if also it's not just men and women? What if it's men and men or women and women?
Right.
What if?
What if?
Imagine that world.
That'd be great, wouldn't it? Where
Kinda
people
like,
didn't worry about other people too much.
Kind of like Walls's thing, you know, mind your business.
Right.
Like, apparently we need to move to Minnesota because that's their, like, state motto or something. Anyways. All right. So this continues. I'm going to block her fucking path. I'm going to wall her in because I'm a psycho. And, and I read too many Edgar Allan Poe and the Cask of Amontillado where he walled up a woman. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
She will chase after her lovers but not catch them. She will look for them but not find them. Then so she wanted them,
but she can't find them or
because they disappeared when she needed them because she's like,
and we're supposed to just trust that that's the truth.
Well,
because
in the analogy, it's that Israel and whatever the Israelites, like they went to the other gods and the other peoples and were like, help, and and they all turned away from them.
I guess
they wouldn't defend them, and so the woman's like, my husband's pissed off at me and I need a place to go, and they're like, no way, bitch. I ain't
says the God that let Babylon conquer his people. I mean, I just it doesn't make that also doesn't make sense, but okay,
right, exactly. Then she will say, I'll go back to my husband as at first, for then I was better off than now. Yeah, that's what she'll do. Okay. I mean,
because she was basically getting beaten.
Because she's homeless.
Right.
Her choices are homeless, prostitute, or getting beat at home by my shitty husband. Yeah. Got it. Yeah. Good. Great choices.
Right.
She has not acknowledged that I was the one who gave her the grain. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right. He invested in her and he's the one that made all the money. She did nothing good. She doesn't deserve. He's the one that put her through, medical school or whatever so she could be a nurse. So he deserves everything. He's the one that put her through law school so she could be, he's the one that paid for her college.
Right.
Right. Like my ex pulled that on me is where I got all that. Sure. I'm the one and I'm like, but you didn't though. Because actually, literally he didn't.
Right.
My GI Bill paid for it.
Yeah.
So thank you and fuck you.
Right.
All right. Anyway, so he's like, I'm the one that paid for everything. I'm the one who gave her the grain, the new wine and oil, and lavished on her the silver and gold, which they used for Baal.
Not Baal.
No, I'm in charge of who she prays to. Didn't you know?
Because he gave her things, right?
This statue, not that statue. Whatever. Therefore, I will take away my grain when it ripens, and my new wine when it is ready.
So he's going to starve her.
Yeah. It's really funny because I've actually been watching a lot of videos about healing from narcissistic abuse because, my ex and, our kid is still involved with their father and blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
So anyways, it's really funny because one of those things is cutting off the victim from family and friends and making them dependent on you financially.
Right.
So that wasn't like one of the things that happened to me, but that is a narcissistic trait.
Sure.
So very interesting. He's gonna like take away any money, any goods,
right,
and lock her in her house.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's a narcissist. Is what I'm getting at.
Sure.
Much like God.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to take away my grain and my new wine and not give her nothing. I will take back my wool and my linen intended to cover her naked body.
Okay.
I'm going to lock her up naked in that room.
Okay.
So now I will expose her lewdness before the eyes of her lovers.
He just got done saying that she couldn't chase them down, she couldn't find them, and moreover, this is crazy.
No one will take her out of my hands. I feel like what he's gonna do is like tie her to the table, spread eagle, and invite all of her boyfriends over and be like, "Is that pussy what you wanted? You can't have it." I feel like that's what he's saying.
Feels a little like that.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then he says, I will stop all her celebrations. No birthday party for you, Missy.
Right.
I will stop them all. Her yearly festivals, her new moons, her Sabbath days, all her appointed festivals. You know, all the shit that used to go with Asherah poles that now we call Judaism, but then it gets turned into Christianity. You know how we steal holidays? And so that's why they're her holidays.
Sure.
Because she gets the Asherah pole ones that aren't Asherah anymore.
Yeah.
I'm going to take all those away.
Got it.
Okay.
I think that they were trying to say that he's going to stop her from worshiping these other idols on their holidays and their celebrations, is what he's saying.
Well, that's funny because they still do celebrate all this moon
but not
shit.
all of them.
No, I know.
I'm just saying that I don't think he's referring to the ones that were either at the time or later. Maybe ones that were later, but like at the time, I'm sure this was not written about ones that were already adopted by Judaism from pagan beliefs.
All I can hear from you is blah, 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 blah. But you're probably right.
Right.
I will ruin her vines and her fig trees. Oh, that's like when you're standing there and you're so mad that you walk in her room and you open her drawer and take out all her clothes and you rip them up.
Yeah.
Or you pick up all of her jewelry and you throw it against the wall and break it.
Right.
Like, that'll learn her.
Yeah.
I will ruin... Oh, I just read that. Blah, blah, blah. She said hold on. What she said were her pay from her lovers. So she was a prostitute.
Okay.
So he's going to tear up her vines and fig trees that she was paid with.
Oh, okay. I missed the bit where she was actually prostituting.
No, me too. This is the first time it said that she was getting paid from her lovers.
Okay.
So
I guess we have to take his account because we don't have anybody else's account here. Mm-hmm. But I don't really accept it.
Right.
This feels like they're trying way too hard to make a woman represent shittiness. Yeah,
and I'm sorry, I'm a woman, so maybe I'm biased, but I'm not having it.
No, I really don't like this book thus far. It's pretty bad.
I'll make from them, the vines and fig tree. I will make them a thicket, and wild animals will devour them.
Yeah. Okay.
That'll show her.
All right.
I will punish her for the days she burned incense to the Baals.
Okay.
She decked herself with rings and jewelry and went after her lovers, but me, she forgot, declares the Lord.
Declares the Lord. Whoa, okay. So we went from talking about the woman directly to ending it with the symbolism of Israel.
I thought this was dude talking.
Right, that's what it seemed like the whole time.
Yeah, it was dude talking, and then all of a sudden, just kidding, it's the Lord.
Right, because we're supposed to view it. Right, that they're tying it back in, right?
Yeah.
They're like, hey, remember how we're talking? Remember how this is symbolism?
Yeah.
Remember how this isn't actually the thing that we're talking about?
It's Israel.
Yeah. Crazy, huh?
Get it? Wait, no, I'm a dad joke. Do you see what I did there? Okay, therefore I am now going to allure her. I will lead her into the wilderness and speak tenderly to her.
Okay.
There I will give her back her vineyards and will make the valley of Achor a door of hope.
Okay.
So that's clearly something in the Q&A that we need to find out.
Right.
The fuck is a door of hope? What is the valley of Achor?
No idea.
Me neither.
Yeah.
There she will respond as in the days of her youth, as in the day she came up out of Egypt. Israel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not
this bitch.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
In that day, declares the Lord, you will call me my husband, and you will no longer call me my master.
Okay.
You're the one that made us call you master in the first place?
This is really weird.
This is sick, honestly.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. It's twisted. It's dark. It ain't right.
Yeah, I agree. I don't really. This is really. I don't know what else to say, but it's weird.
You know what makes me sad? I mean, this is like, you can't read this in front of children. It makes me very uncomfortable, right?
What I mean,
I'm reading the Bible.
Yeah, right. You couldn't teach this, and so you shouldn't teach this in Sunday school. Let's just leave it at that. I don't know if they do or not. I don't really care. You shouldn't teach this in Sunday school.
You fucking freaks.
This is just, it's not a good message.
I feel like if we ever went back and reread the whole book, like every chapter at the end, we would be like rating it. How appropriate is this chapter for children?
I feel like there wouldn't be many that were appropriate.
Right? Like out of like I don't know, 1 out of 10 or like 1 out of 5.
Right. There'd probably be a more available in like Proverbs because they're shorter.
Right.
You know, like, so occasionally they're going to have one that you can be like, oh, we could read that one. Yeah. Okay.
So.
But even like Noah, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't read Noah. Like
his son saw his ding dong.
Well, but I mean, even the ark story, if you tell it like it's told in the Bible,
yeah,
you can't tell that story to kids and not expect them, like, that's not okay.
God drowned everybody and they all died.
Right.
Wait, what?
You have to find a way. Like if and they do, because that's what the children's Bibles do and everything, right? Yeah. They have to find a way to pitch mass murder nicely.
Right.
Like what? Why should I have to find? We're teaching kids something where we have to find a nice way to say that their God killed everybody.
Right.
And that's crazy.
Like, do you hear the words coming out of your fucking mouth?
Right. No, it's an insane ideology that we're pitching, and we're trying to teach our kids. Apparently, not us. But people are trying to teach their kids about a mass murdering God that supposedly loves them but hates them, but loves them but hates them, but loves them but hates them. And holy fucking shit!
And kills them all.
Jesus.
Over and over.
Stop, God. You just back off, man.
And then calls us worms and calls us whores.
Right.
Like, I hate him.
He's not good. He's not good.
This book is bad.
It is. This one specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like. How many chapters is Hosea?
Honestly, I don't know.
It's already too many.
It is too many. So I'm going to continue.
Yeah.
I will remove. This is God still talking.
Sure.
I will remove the names of the Baals from her lips. No longer will their names be invoked. Really? Because you wrote it down and we're still saying it
right,
to this day.
Yeah.
In that day, I will make a covenant for them with the beasts of the field, the birds in the sky, and the creatures that move along the ground. That would be like snakes or what?
Sure, maybe.
Bow and sword and battle I will abolish from the land, so that all may lie down in safety. Whee! Here comes the gold.
Okay.
And the, heaven, manna from heaven kind of thing.
Yeah.
I will betroth you to me forever. You're marrying me now. You know what that reminds me of?
What's that?
Beetlejuice.
What?
Because Beetlejuice is like, Lydia's gonna marry me. You're just that I said so.
Okay.
I'm the guy.
Yeah.
I'm the magical power guy.
Right.
I like Lydia. She's pretty. She's hot, and I'm gonna make her marry me. The end.
Got it.
She's betrothed to me now.
Yeah. No. I mean, there is no choice, right?
Right.
Like the God of the Bible does not give the Israelites a choice.
No.
They don't have free will. It's follow me or die.
Yeah.
That's essentially the choice that you have.
I wonder if they were ever like, dude, what did we do? Like, we made this guy and now this guy's like beyond out of control.
Right.
That's weird, right?
Yeah.
It's like you made the tiger and then you pulled the tiger's tail that you made. And then you were like, oh my God, this tiger that I made turned around and bit my face off. Why'd you make the fucking tiger? And also, why'd you pull its tail?
Right.
You're dumb. I will betroth you to me forever. I will betroth you in righteousness and justice, in love and compassion. False. That was a true and false, right? False. I will betroth you in faithfulness, and you will acknowledge the Lord.
Right, because that's all that really matters, actually.
Yeah. Don't forget to say I'm pretty and that my dick is big. Don't forget. In that day, I will respond, declares the Lord. I will respond to the skies, and they will respond to the earth, and the earth will respond to the grain, the new wine, and the olive oil, and they will respond to Jezreel. I will plant her for myself in the land. I will show my love to the one I called not my loved one. I will say to those called not my people, you're my people. You're my people. Okay. I was just joshing you. Yeah. And they will say, you are my God. The end.
I see. This just seems like a lot of
abuse.
Yeah.
Mental abuse, emotional abuse.
Oh yeah.
Torture.
Yeah. Entrapment. I mean, like they were. Well, I mean, literally trapping people in. Yeah. No, it's not a healthy relationship here.
No. Obsession.
I would suggest divorce. I would suggest
not like
running away.
Not like year 700s negative BCE divorce.
Yeah.
Like current day divorce.
Yeah, I would recommend a restraining order even.
Yeah.
The dude's got some issues.
Yeah.
And he needs to work on he needs some mental health
advocate
help.
Yeah. And your little God too.
So anyway,
I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
Your little.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Do you see what I did there?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. What?
I was just going to say, I don't really, there's only 14 chapters.
Oh, okay.
So we'll be done soon.
Yay. I mean, okay, at least there's a story. And I do want to know what happens next. I'm trying to be fair here. I
do, but I don't. Like, I'm very not, I don't like the way this is going.
No, I don't either.
And it's not a good look for the Bible.
This chapter did make me feel yucky.
Yeah.
Like it made me feel very uncomfortable.
Right.
And I'm laughing and joking, but it's actually not funny.
They have used women before in the Bible for some symbolism, but not like as much.
This feels very overt and blatant and in your face and down your throat.
Yeah.
Tied to the table.
Right.
Yeah. Like, I don't care for it.
All right. I think we're just kind of spinning our wheels here, hating this chapter.
Okay, you're right.
So how about we get out of it?
I'm done.
Yeah. So that was Hosea chapter 2.
Sure as fuck was.
We will quickly forget about this one and move on to tomorrow. We'll be back with
Hosea chapter 3. Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you remember where we are?
Yes, we just got done reading Hosea chapter 2.
Hose head?
Sure. And in that chapter, we heard from Hosea about his wife, who then it was actually God speaking.
Right.
And his wife apparently / God said that his wife / Israelites were assholes and they were prostitutes and they cheated on him a lot.
Right.
And his wife / God said that they suck and that he might redeem them someday though. And so that was basically what we read, I think.
Yeah.
There was a lot of confusion in my mind.
Right.
As to who the fuck was talking about who and why we were talking about it. But really what I think happened is that Hosea just didn't like his wife and he wrote about it. That's what I think. And he blamed God.
Right.
For that shittiness that he wrote. That's how I saw it.
And he was pretty fucked up about it too.
You know, I mean, he sounded pretty bitter.
Yeah.
And then he's like, you really suck. You suck a lot. You did all these things. You're horrible.
Even our kids aren't ours.
Said God.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm like, okay, this is a weird book.
It really is.
I'm like, what are we doing? What is Hosea even?
What are we doing here?
What is I don't get that. Like, no. Okay, look, I get it. it's symbolism, right? I understand what we're doing here, but I don't like where it's gone.
Right.
It's gone with a lot, like there's a lot of misogyny and just like male centric shittiness here.
Yeah.
And it's stupid. It's dumb. And I don't think it has any place in modern thought. So that's what I got so far.
Yeah.
And that being said, that was Hosea chapter 2.
Sure as fuck was.
Which means that today we're reading
Hosea chapter 3.
Yeah, that's the one. Let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, let's get into this Hosea chapter.
Hosea chapter 3.
Yeah,
it's a real long one, right?
Super long.
Yeah.
It's only
in
5.
No way whatsoever.
It's only 5 verses.
Yeah. So this is gonna be like a break.
We're in and out.
This is gonna be short.
Yep.
So while I got everybody, I know this is in our intro, but like I just wanted to reiterate that we would love to see you guys at the Kentucky Freethought Convention, and it is coming up really soon. Mm-hmm. So if you have the ability to come out and see us, do it, because we want to see you.
That would be fun.
That would be fun. Plus, you get to see us, and there's going to be Seth Andrews there, and a lot of other people. So it'd be a lot of fun.
Right?
You just do it. Just do it. All right, that's it. I only did it because this is a short episode, so I'm trying to, gain an extra minute.
Oh my God. All right, ready?
Yes.
You doofus. The Lord said to me.
To Hosea. Yeah.
Hosea.
Right.
Go. Show your love to your wife again.
Show your love.
Like, just...
Is that like show your penis to your wife?
No. He's saying, remember how just a few sentences ago, Hosea, I was like, that bitch.
Yeah.
She's such a whore.
Yeah.
Now I'm saying, hey, you know that whore? Go love her again.
Okay.
It's okay.
We're going to forgive her.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Though she is loved by another man.
Oh.
And is an adulteress. Oh, wow.
Man. Okay.
Love her as the Lord loves the Israelites.
I don't know that I would want anybody to love me that way.
I don't want to be loved that way.
Don't love me like God loves the Israelites ever. Please. Yeah, that's not a good thing.
Though they turn to other gods and love the sacred raisin cakes.
The sacred raisin cakes, huh? That's interesting. That's very specific.
It is. I did see in the notes, and I'll have to check again because I wasn't sure what it was referring to in the notes when I was kind of doing a precursory research thing. It said something about the different translations and that it might refer to grapes or vines instead of raisin cakes. I don't know.
Okay.
Or dried raisin or dried grapes. Which
but I'm assuming
raisins.
Whatever it is something specifically that is for another god.
Gods.
Right?
Yeah. So
okay.
She likes to eat that other stuff that's for those other gods.
Sure.
But still forgive her.
Yeah,
okay?
I guess.
So Hosea,
okay. All right.
bought her for 15 shekels of silver.
Okay.
I bought my bitch back. And about a homer and a lethek of barley.
Oh, so he bought food. Oh,
I bought her. He's saying I kicked my bitch out and now she's living with some other dude, and so I bought her back. And what I spent to get her back was 15 shekels of barley and about a homer and a lethek of barley.
I have to say real quick, if you can buy a woman, then I don't feel like it's her fault that she was considered a prostitute.
Right.
If a woman can be bought and sold by men, that doesn't indicate freedom of that. They don't have a choice there. I don't feel like the woman is just being bought and or sold. That's not love. That's slavery.
Yeah,
sexual slavery at that.
Right.
So,
I think there's more to it than that.
Okay.
I'm not arguing with you.
Right.
It's bad regardless.
Sure.
I think that first the father of the bride sells his daughter to a husband. Sometimes she's got some say in it and sometimes she doesn't. Depends on the father, right?
Yeah, sure.
But let's pretend that it was the nicest father ever and he let her choose who she loved, right?
Sure, okay.
So they're married, blah, 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 and they're happy, right? But then...
Who? The Hosea and the prostitute?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So then she becomes a prostitute, and he's like, bitch, be gone. And so then she's living on the streets, right? And she's like, oh my God, help. And nobody will take her in. And finally somebody does, but now he owns her. Okay?
Okay.
So now God is like, Hosea, go get your fucking wife. Bring her back.
I guess.
And so now he's like, hey, guy, give me my wife. And dude is like, she lives here now. I love her.
But God told him to go marry a prostitute.
Right.
Or to, whatever.
A promiscuous woman.
Sure. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
There's some who say she was not a prostitute until after she had her kids or whatever.
All right.
This is what I think. And I knew a couple like this. This is what I think. She had 3 kids, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So she was probably like overweight and whatever. And, as happens, your body gets out of bent, you know?
Sure.
And then she was like, you know what? I'm going to better myself. And I think that she lost a ton of weight. She like went exercising and stuff, lost a ton of weight and was like, babe, look how good I look. And he was like, fuck you, bitch. And she was like, no, babe, come on, let's go out clubbing and stuff. I look great. Mm-hmm. And he was like, bitch, I'm tired. I'm old. I work all day. I just want to sit at home. And she's like, fine, I'm going out without you. And the more that she went out, the more he was like, this bitch right here. And so then she was like, fine, fuck you. I don't need this. And she was living her best life. And maybe there was sex involved or not. I don't know. Depends who you ask.
Got
right?
it. Yeah, sure.
And so then he realized after she was gone, oh, she was for real. And she used to do the dishes. And she was a good mom to these kids. Man, I miss her.
All right.
And she's like, whatever, I'm skinny now. I look good. Like I did know a couple like that where they were both overweight. And then she was like trying to encourage both of them together to get in shape and lose some weight and eat healthier.
Sure.
And he was like, not about it, like enthusiastically or anything. He's like, whatever, I'll eat whatever you cook for dinner, but I'm not really about the gym.
Right.
And she like got really, really super thin and looked good. And she wanted to go flaunt her body and go out clubbing and stuff. And he was like, you can go without me. I just, I'm good here. Thanks. And so anyway, she did end up cheating on him because she was going out all the time. And he still loved her. And he was like, why can't you just be happy at home? Come on.
Right.
And she was like, no, bye.
Got it.
And that was sad.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, sorry. I'm just saying, I think that is what happened.
Right.
I don't think she was just like, woke up one day and was like, boom, God said I'm a hoe.
Sure.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. So anyway, then I bought her back, right?
Yeah, with the barley, yeah.
And the silver. Mm-hmm. And then Hosehead, told her, Gomer, you are to live with me many days. You must not be a prostitute or be intimate with any man, and I will behave the same way toward you.
Okay. That
So,
sounds like a really shitty
I'm not going to fuck you,
agreement.
and then also, but you can't fuck anybody else either. No sex for you.
I guess. It just, literally, he's saying, I bought you.
I bought you, and you will have only the sex that I say you will have, which is none.
Right. And hypothetically, this is symbolism for God, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
God is
So
like,
God's
stay home. I bought
their-
you back from
Sure.
Egypt or what the fuck ever.
Right.
Or Babylon.
Whatever.
Or whoever owned
the
them
fuck
that
it
day.
is. Right.
Yeah. And stay home.
Okay.
We're not in love, but I have you.
Sure.
For the Israelites will live many days without king or prince, without sacrifice or sacred stones, without ephod or household gods. Afterward, the Israelites will return and seek the Lord their God and David their king. They will come trembling to the Lord and to his blessings in the last days. The end.
In the last days.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So apparently they're still living in prisonership.
Sure. Well, it's interesting. The last days bit kind of translated into some of the stuff that Ezekiel and some of the other, whatever. We heard some of that stuff in some of the other prophets.
Yep.
And so that's interesting, I guess.
It's the to this very day, right?
No. They're talking about the last days, like the end
like
of days.
the end days, I know.
Right.
Which you know.
Not the to this very day is it's happening all
Forever
along.
and ever.
Right, yeah.
No, I know, but it has the same kind of feeling to it where it's like, did you know at the time that 2,000 years plus later that it still wouldn't have happened yet.
Well, it's funny to me because there's always this talk about how there's always end of days, right?
Right.
Even, you can go back in any generation and there's always been an end times scenario where Christians are like, it's the end of days, end is nigh, blah, whatever. And it was happening even back before Jesus.
Right.
Like they've been calling for the end of fucking times.
Right.
For all time.
Which is really funny because that movie that I made you watch with me, what was it called? Like Don't Look Up or something like that. It had Jennifer Lawson in it, and it had Leonardo DiCaprio.
Right.
A bunch of people in it.
Yeah.
And like a meteor's coming, and the scientists are like, no, but this time the end really is nigh.
Sure.
And like none of the religious people were having any of it.
Right.
So it's like they want the world to end real bad, but only on their terms. Because we're like, oh, no, you're right. The world is ending. But, because we're setting it on fire and the ice caps are melting.
Yeah.
And, Louisiana, like half of it is underwater from where Katrina hit several, years ago. And like, I just read a thing that said if they suffer one more hurricane like that, a lot of New Orleans will be gone. Yeah.
Wow.
So, I mean, like, yes, Christians, you are right. The world really will be ending if you don't change your shit, but not the way you think it will. Right.
It was more of a comment for me. I like that. Yes, you can continue if you continually call for the end of times. Eventually, you might be right.
Right.
Yeah.
And there might be a meteor.
Like it's not special at that point.
Right.
Yeah. Whenever end of times happens, yep, you guys called it for sure.
Right. You've been calling it for like 2,000 plus years.
Right.
It was bound to end sometime.
Yeah. But everybody's so sure that it's now.
It's always now. It's always now. Yeah.
Anyway, so that was a really short chapter.
It was.
And so we're done.
We're done.
That was Hosea chapter 3.
It was Hosea chapter 3.
Which means that we'll be back tomorrow with
Hosea chapter 4.
Hosea chapter 4.
Why do you look so irritated?
Because
he is a hosehead.
Right. But you just you don't ever stop saying.
Never.
You never say Hosea.
I did sometimes a little bit at the beginning.
Very, very small amounts.
Look, here's the thing.
Yeah?
He bought a woman.
He did.
Last chapter, he was tying her to the table and showing off her goods.
I'm not arguing he's a
goddamn hosehead.
I'm not arguing that point. What I'm arguing is the, ability for people to follow what we're talking about.
Well, that's why you are saying it.
It is.
Correctly. And I don't mind that. But you don't have to look so fucking irritated when I'm calling this guy a hosehead.
Got it. So that was Hosea chapter 3.
Sure as fuck was.
We'll be back tomorrow with Hosea chapter 4.
That's correct.
All right. See you then.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know where we are, where we've been, what's happening?
Well, so the last time we were on here, which was a while ago.
It was.
We read Hosea chapter 3.
We did.
And in that chapter, it was a really short chapter.
It was.
And it kind of reiterated some of the things that had already happened. Basically, it was God telling Hosea to buy back his whore of a wife or whatever.
Right.
And eventually, they'll reconcile. And that's kind of a metaphor for, whatever.
That's the right word.
What's going to happen to Israel.
Yeah.
Right.
Israel is the whore wife and God is the forgiving husband that'll buy back his land.
Which I still think is hilarious. Like Hosea is being used as a real-time, metaphor for what's happening to Israel. Right. Like this person's supposedly a real person, hypothetically. Right. And he is directly having to take the actions to represent what is happening and what will happen to Israel.
Right.
That's just weird. It's fucking, I know I say weird a lot, but it really is.
Yeah.
Like I don't know that I have a better word for it. It's fucking weird.
It's bizarre.
Sure. Yeah. I guess I could use,
it's odd.
I need to use the thesaurus, but
it's strange.
Still.
Yeah.
I just
it's not normal.
Those things, right? So, speaking of not normal,
and also speaking of, so why Has it been so long?
Yeah, that's what I was getting to. Let's preface it with this. We did a half-hour episode that is available for anybody, to the public, on Patreon. So if you head over to our Patreon page at patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse, you can listen to What Happened to Wife.
Yes.
And oh boy, it is a fucking story.
You might not even believe it. It would be like if I won the lottery, but opposite.
Yeah.
Like exactly opposite.
Right. Stuff we're still dealing with, by the way.
Yeah.
But so that being said, we're going to try to be back on schedule, but we don't want to make any like 100% promises because wife has some, let's just say drugs that may knock her out some nights. Some
lingering pain issues.
Yeah. But if you want the full story, like I said, it's a half-hour fucking episode that we did on Patreon.
Yeah.
For free, for anybody.
Yeah.
All you got to do is hop over there.
Yeah, you don't have to be a paying member, so it's available to the public.
So, and speaking of Patreon, we actually have a new member.
What?
Yeah. So I want to do a shout out for Clara Y.
Clara?
Yeah, or they said that we could try to pronounce it. Let's see, it's their Dutch nickname, which is Clarcha. Clarcha.
Hold on.
Right there.
Phonetically, you would say Clarcha. Okay.
We're gonna go with Clarcha. Okay. So that's who is our new patron.
Clarcha.
And actually, we have more coming. So like, I just wanted to say that like, so we're behind because we've been missing. So it's one of the specifically just get back into it and say thank you to Clarcha.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
Yeah. No, definitely. And Clara has been around for a while, like in and out of different places. So like, I think we've seen them on some of our social media platforms and things. So I know of them.
Well, where they really ought to be is come hang out with us on our Discord when we do our Discord.
They are over there sometimes.
On the lives?
I think they may have showed up on one, maybe two.
Oh.
Possibly.
Well, pardon me, Clarcha.
Yeah.
I apologize.
But yeah, so thank you so much.
From the bottom of our hearts, thank you very much.
Apparently one of the things that, got them to be an atheist was that their parents read the Bible to them. So. I'm just saying.
Mistake.
At least that's the way I'm interpreting what they said to us. So, which is kind of the impetus, part of the impetus of what we're doing, right? Like, if we just read it and comment on it, it's there. It is, right? It's there for everybody to see, and if you actually take the time to see it, it's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking weird.
It's weird, yo.
Yeah.
Y'all, the Bible's so weird.
It is. All right, so we just got done. Well, not just. The last episode we did was Hosea Chapter 3. Correct. Which means that today we're going to be getting into...
Hosea Chapter 4.
That's right. Let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, so we are hopping here into Hosea Chapter 4.
Hosea Chapter 4.
If you insist.
I mean, we just for clarity.
All right. If somebody skipped the intro.
I'm saying that it could happen.
It could.
Be like Patreon fucking bull. Just get to the shit. Yeah. There might be somebody out there that does that.
It's true.
Hosea.
But Hosea is more fun.
I don't disagree.
And I'm sorry, but this whole book is just one big hose head. Don't you agree? Thus far, yes. All right.
I'm not it. Like the realism of this is just like, and we said this about Daniel too, right? Mm-hmm. This is not for real.
It's over the top. It's so
This is not a thing that either this guy just really fucking hated his wife and just wanted to talk shit in the Bible for all time for everybody to hear.
Yeah.
Or this is just played up and bullshit.
Like if I wanted to, here's the thing, like I want to not ever talk about my exes ever. Like I don't want to write them into a book forevermore about how much they suck and I hate them. Yeah. Like I want to just live without them in my thoughts. You know? Sure. Like never think of my exes again. Isn't that the way you would prefer to live?
Yeah, definitely.
Like let's just not think of them ever. Right. So yeah, they must have been going through it.
Well, I get the sense that maybe they thought that this would be a better way for people to relate to this relationship that they're trying to describe with God, right?
Sure.
If we can put it in a personal scenario,
boil
right,
it down to a one-on-one thing.
Yeah, it will be easier for people to understand what we're talking about. I'm sure that that's where this book came from, right?
They say that, so
right. A want to be able to describe this relationship to the masses and why these things are happening.
You are sinning so bad that you are basically being as shitty as an adulterous wife.
Which apparently only men mattered back then, so that's how they wrote this.
Right.
And in modern relevance, it has 0.
Exactly. Unless you're like part of that whole trad universe.
Sure, in my world, has 0 relevance, okay?
Yeah, I think in the majority of the right-thinking, progressive. I said right thinking, but I meant correct
thinking, yeah.
Not right as in Christian. Right as in correct.
Yes.
And good and progressive and liberal and educated and trying to do.
That is correct. Yes. Right, even.
Fuck off. All right, here we go. Ready?
I'm ready.
Hear the word of the Lord, ye Israelites, because the Lord has a charge to bring against you who live in the land.
Okay.
This is no faithfulness, no love, no acknowledgement of God in the land. There is, so we're starting out this chapter with God laying out here's how y'all done fucked up.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you a grocery list of how much I hate you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is, it's in every book, right?
Right.
There is like a list in every fucking book of the Bible of how much God hates his people.
You're a worm. Let me tell you the ways why.
It blows me away. Like, why, if you spent this much time talking about how much you hated a person, would you then turn around and say that you love that person?
And worship them.
I don't get it. No, I'm talking about God.
Right.
If God hates them this much,
right?
Why do you then turn around and say you love them? Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? You either hate them or you love them.
Right.
But you can't be both, right? If you love them, you're going to love them regardless of their flaws, regardless of their failings, and you protect and take care of them regardless, because you have literally, and I mean literally, all the power. Right?
Yeah.
You can change their hearts. You can kill them all. You can do whatever the fuck you want, but you choose to hate them.
Yeah.
And torture them and spread them out and do all these shitty things that are just horrible to them.
Right.
And you want to then say you love them.
Yeah.
And I don't agree. That is not what love is.
That is not love. Yeah. And I can just hear somebody saying, "Oh, you wouldn't understand. It's a godly love." Well, see, but godly love should be better than human love, and it's not. That's just bad math, friends.
But here, and the other side of this is that love and respect has evolved in human nature, right? From the times of the Bible.
Yeah.
Right? But the ideas that are presented in the Bible, obviously, because we're talking about ideas that are thousands of years old, those ideas have not evolved with us.
Right, exactly.
Right? So we are still worshiping a God that that still, because we still use the same fucking book, is promoting archaic ideas of what love is and what respect is and what any of these ideas represent. And we're treating it as the gospel.
Yeah.
Right? And it's not compatible with today's society. It's just not compatible.
It's not compatible with any functioning society where people are equals.
Right. Especially with regard to how they talk about and treat women in the Bible.
Or people of color.
And that's particularly why I don't like this book.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
We're talking in terms of a whore woman. Right? Like, that's how we're referring to the shittiness of Israel.
Yeah.
We're already off on a bad foot.
You fucking whore. Like, what? Like,
it went wrong from the first fucking words.
Yeah.
Like, no, this is wrong.
Yeah, let's just not.
But anyway, here we are. We're in the Bible.
Grocery list. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, here's how much I hate you. Here's what you've done.
Okay.
There is only cursing, lying, and murder, stealing, and adultery. They break all bounds, and bloodshed follows bloodshed.
Wow.
Because of this, the land dries up, and all who live in it waste away.
I see.
the beasts of the field, the birds in the sky, and the fish in the sea are swept away.
That's interesting.
That's not a thing that we did by lying. That's a thing that God maybe did for being pissed.
Yeah. Right? Those are actions that God would, because that's not natural. Those are not natural phenomenons. If those things were happening, that was not natural phenomenons.
Right, exactly.
Or at least they're being exaggerated at the very least.
Sure.
So.
But let no one bring a charge. Let no one accuse another, for your people are like those who bring charges against a priest. You stumble day and night, and the prophets stumble with you. So I will destroy your mother.
Wait, what's like a trooper who brings charges against a priest? What's that? Are they saying that's a bad thing to bring charges? Because
he's saying that you would think that the priest would be better, but here, let me just tell you a thing or two. He's about to go into the priests are even fucking worse.
Oh, okay. Well, on that account, he's right.
So he's going to destroy your mother. Yeah. It's funny because like it's got mother dash, and then like the next line is a new sentence. So all I could think was that the rest of the word was fucker. Like, I will destroy your motherfucker. But no, it's just mother.
Well, they wouldn't have said motherfucker.
No, I know, but that's where my mind went.
Obviously.
Because I am 3.
Right.
My people are destroyed from lack of knowledge. Because you have rejected knowledge, I also reject you as my priestesses. Priests.
Okay. The knowledge would be the word of God that they're supposed to hear but are not?
Yeah.
Is that
the Torah,
is that
the law?
Knowledge? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
He's saying, y'all have rejected it, and so I reject you bitches. How about that? Because you have ignored the law of your God, I also will ignore your children.
Oh, that's fair.
Which is your followers, So he's saying, priests, since you fucked up, I'm going to punish the people that follow you.
And this is where I have a real problem with the way God treats people, because he treats the followers of the priest who are getting it wrong the same way he would treat somebody that's getting it wrong.
Yeah.
Right? But the problem is that it's people higher up, right? He doesn't talk to the people directly.
Right.
So when he's saying this, he's saying, I don't give a fuck whether you got the message or not. I'm still punishing you.
Yeah.
And that's bullshit.
That is bullshit. That's not fair.
No.
And I have been told, God's not fair. Like, as though, why did you expect that he would be? And I'm like, because you want me to love this dude?
Yeah.
I don't love people that aren't fair and just.
Well, and when you dig into it enough, they're like, well, that was Old Testament. They treated people differently back in the Old Testament. And I'm like, why? Why did God treat people differently back in the Old? Well, they needed a different type of harsher love back then.
Why,
but hold on. These people didn't even know what God was saying because they weren't being told.
Right.
So this has nothing to do with them needing a harsher love or a harsher whatever. They specifically didn't get the message.
Right.
That's what God is saying.
Yeah.
He's saying they didn't get the message, or that the message was only being told by like one person, Hosea or Daniel or Jeremiah or Isaiah, whatever. Doesn't fucking matter, right? One person was telling the correct message while all these other people who were all God's messengers were taking the wrong message. But you, as a person who doesn't get messages from God, is supposed to somehow discern which one is correct and which one is wrong.
And then on top of that, I today am supposed to say, yeah, that tracks. I'm going to, follow this God. He's not fair, but that's okay. God doesn't have to be fair. I just decided I'm going to love a God that's not fair.
Yeah.
For no reason.
Right. Then that's what bothers me, right?
Convince me. You're not convincing me. Don't tell me, you just can't understand and nobody ever said God is fair. What is his selling point then?
And you're not going to convince me that God was equitable at any point in the Old Testament.
Well, they don't say he was.
Right. No, I get it. But here's the thing, right? We are supposed to essentially forgive that God in place of the new Jesus God, right? This Jesus character is supposed to make the old God be redeemed, I guess.
Sure, I guess.
Why should you ever have to have a redemption for a God that is the same God that is a different God, but the same God, but a different God, but the same God. What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
It's crazy is what it is.
It's Jack in the Box.
Yeah.
It's God's all the way down.
I just...
But not funny.
And that's like, we haven't got to the New Testament yet, but like this whole thing where Jesus is God and God is Jesus and Jesus and God are spirit and whatever... I don't get it.
I know you and I
never fucking makes sense.
You and I have kind of like broached the topic of the Trinity before, and like I've not looked it up to research it and explain it, but right. I've tried to tell you like my understanding of it based on just, what I've heard over the years or whatever.
Sure.
And like every time we broach this topic, you're like, nope, I'm out. I got nothing.
It's dumb.
It is dumb.
That's in my opinion.
No, I totally agree.
You know what? To me, it feels like a way to excuse anything away, right? If you want it to be all one God, you can be like, they're all one God.
Yeah.
If you want it to be separate gods, you can be like, well, they're different. They're separate.
Well, he walked the earth as a human, as Jesus, and he's, in your heart as the Spirit, but he's all knowing and the Father of us all as, Yahweh in the sky.
And it follows. What I've discovered is that apologists basically take whatever version works best for any moment, and that's how they describe away whatever happened.
Yeah.
So it works.
So fucking convenient. But again, I'm like, convince me why I should love this God.
Yeah.
There's nothing, like, you're not talking me into it. He's not fair. And nobody ever said he was.
I mean, we're getting pretty close to the end of the Old Testament, right? Yeah. Like we're eking up on Jesus, right?
Yeah.
And there has not been a single point where I was like, yeah, God redeemed himself there.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's not been a single moment where I felt that's a good God. No, there's not been one time.
But yeah, I hear people all the time say, God is good. Oh, God is good. And I'm like, but by your own admission, he's not.
That's because they read the platitudes, the niceties from the Old Testament, and they read the New Testament, and they mix these things together to make them sound wonderful and beautiful. Mm-hmm. But really, if you read it all in context, if you read it straight through, you're in for a whole other story.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what we're doing. So
yeah.
And I feel like this should be done by everybody that is promoting this God.
Honestly, like, if you have not read the entire Bible straight through, then you're not a real Christian to me. And I get to judge that because Christianity is an opinion anyway, so who fucking cares?
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So, like, the next time somebody's like, you're a fucking atheist, I'll be like, well, you haven't read it all the way straight through, so you're not a real Christian.
Even Christians can't decide who's the real Christian. So,
I know. That's what I'm saying. Fight amongst yourselves.
Right,
and,
yeah.
I'll shoot and arrest and shoot the survivor,
right.
Whatever. Okay, so anyway, you suck. I hate you. Because you have rejected knowledge, I also reject you as my priest. Because you have ignored the law of your God, I also will ignore your children. Mm-hmm. The more priests there were, the more they sinned against me. Yeah, that tracks. They exchanged their glorious God for something disgraceful. Those fucks.
They better had to do with money.
Probably.
Yeah.
They feed on the sins of my people and relish their wickedness.
Yeah.
Probably because that means that they get more sacrificial meat things.
Well, yeah. If you can throw a couple other things in there and be like, hey, if we just do this, we're going to make a little bit extra, dough on the side here. Right?
Yeah. And it will be like people like priests. I will punish both of them for their ways and repay them for their deeds. They will eat but not have enough. Ooh, that's like that Stephen King book, Thinner. No matter how much you eat, you'll never have enough. And I
never read that one, so
I didn't read it, but it was like really, really popular, and it came out like when I was in elementary school.
Got it.
So I was Stephen King adjacent at that point. Like I hadn't quite tread those waters.
Yeah,
I was still Christopher Pike all the way, which is like Stephen King light for kids.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so they will eat but not have enough. They will engage in prostitution, but not flourish.
Okay.
Whoever said that prostitutes flourish anyways?
I don't know.
Like, I thought that, we look down on prostitutes and frown on them because sex work isn't real work and Anyway, women are gross.
Well, but apparently these were times when people were doing all the wrong things. So they're going to do those things, but they're going to not flourish doing it, I guess.
So apparently during this time, prostitution was...
Maybe.
Like rolling in the dough by fucking...
I guess. I don't
know why
they weren't rolling in the dough, though, because apparently they didn't prosper, you know? Or they didn't...
They're not going to.
They didn't flourish.
They did, but now they're not going to.
Oh, okay.
Because he's saying...
He's going to make them not... Okay.
Yeah. He's going to stop them from flourishing.
Got it.
Like... I mean, let a girl fuck. If that's the way she found to make money, let her fuck.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Whether she chose it or not. Like, that may be the only lifestyle available to her. Then again, she just may like it. I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of prostitution.
Sure.
But I do know I ain't here to shame anybody for it.
Right.
All right. So anyway, but they're not going to flourish because they have deserted the Lord to give themselves to prostitution. Yeah, I'm sure that back then they were very excited to fuck these dirty dudes.
Yeah,
with the dusty
I'm sure
balls.
that they didn't. Well, and look, we've already talked about how women are treated in the Bible, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a woman that gets divorced can never remarry,
right?
Right? Like, what are you supposed to do?
Die, stupid.
Well, I mean, seriously,
die or fuck.
You get married early, like you get sent to marriage early on in your life in these times.
Like,
right?
You're an old maid if you ain't married off by 13.
Right. Yeah. So like, if you get divorced by 14, what the fuck are you supposed to do with your life?
Well, die or fuck.
Yeah. That's basically your options.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So I have it's how they survived.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not even their fucking fault.
Right. It's your stupid fucking laws that you had that degraded women that you're trying to bring back into style and degrade women today.
Yeah.
Fuckers. Old wine and new wine take away their understanding. Whatever.
Okay.
My people consult a wooden idol and a diviner's rod speaks to them.
Okay.
You know what I mean? They're like doing that pagan shit.
Yeah, sure.
A spirit of prostitution leads them astray. They are unfaithful to their God. Sounds like they're faithful to their God. It's just not you? Question mark.
Right. Yeah.
They sacrifice. Yeah. Yeah. They are very,
they're worshiping something.
They're faithful to their God. They're not faithful to you, sir.
Right.
Like, poor choice of words.
Yeah.
They sacrifice on the mountaintops and burn offerings on the hills, under oak, poplar, and terebinth, where the shade is pleasant.
Seems like
fucking pleasant shade.
God damn it.
I hate when trees give me that pleasant shade.
Yeah, it's bad stuff.
That's a good place to fuck.
I mean, apparently.
If I'm gonna fuck outdoors, it's gonna be in the shade.
Some good shade.
Yeah,
not the bad shade.
Yeah.
You don't want that bad shade.
I like pleasant shade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Not the unpleasant shade.
Right. Yeah, the unpleasant shade sucks.
Therefore, your daughters turn to prostitution and your daughters-in-law to adultery. Everybody's all them honey lip vixens out there cheating on their husbands.
Yeah.
Only the women.
Yeah.
They suck. I hate a vagina. I gotta tell you.
Well, look, if you're gonna blame somebody, right? This is how Fox News gets away with it. If you're gonna blame somebody that's not watching your shit, right?
Right.
And the men are the only ones that give a fuck about this because they're the only ones having the services taught to them and everything, right? So if you're gonna blame somebody, blame the immigrants, blame the black people, blame the people that aren't watching fucking Fox News.
Right.
I'm just putting this in context of the modern times.
And so that's why they're blaming the women. Yeah. Like the women aren't.
They're not there. They're not relevant. They don't have, they don't matter in this time.
Right.
So that's why they're being blamed for everything because the men are the only ones that are currently in a place to make decisions. So
like with Fox News, the straight white male cis men, Christian is the only one that quote unquote matters.
I would say they speak to the women too. On Fox News. Granted, they are trying to backtread on some of the rights that women have.
It's cute because they're trying to do the thing that if you watched the show The Handmaid's Tale, right. They're trying to do the thing where Serena Joy, like, she spoke for women to go trad.
They're co-opting.
And then she's like, oh, fuck, but it applies to me?
Right.
Like, yes, sweetheart. Yeah. You have a vagina, my darling. Do you not bleed out your pussy?
Right. Yeah.
You nasty. They don't like that.
Yeah.
But they do want to fuck it.
Right.
They want to fuck it so much. So you better lay down, because that's what's going to happen in this trad world. Don't be a Serena Joy.
Right.
Don't sell out.
No.
Because you think that you climbed up the ladder and you pulled it up behind you, but what you didn't know that they gave you that ladder and they can take it away.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Stupid ass. Trad women, they're so dumb. They're so dumb.
You're going to have to define trad women to me, because I don't know. I've heard the term, but I don't know the term.
Trad is short for traditional. And so it's just a way of, it's this new wave across the TikToks and the Facebook shorts and the YouTube shorts. I don't know what the shorts are. I call them all shorts.
Sure.
Okay. So all the TikToky Vine things. Okay.
Yeah.
These trad wives are pushing for traditional marriage between a man and a woman, and the woman serves her husband.
Got it.
She brings him his beer and he's in charge, and oh daddy. So
it's a whole culture.
It is.
It's a whole thing.
And it's being pushed forth onto the rest of us. It's kind of Christian, and the Christians have co-opted it. It was there, but it was like underground-ish, kind of like Proud Boy stuff.
Yeah.
It used to be like you heard about it on the fringe.
Sure.
Or like people that talked about Jews having space lasers from space. It used to be like fringe shit. You'd hear about it, but you'd be like, those freaks are weird.
Yeah.
That think like that.
But the alpha male stuff is becoming more and more prominent and more relevant in society through social media channels like TikTok, like whatever.
The YouTube
shorts and all that. Yeah.
Oh, I think Facebook is Reels or something like that?
That's Instagram.
Oh, fuck
I don't
me.
know.
I don't fucking know what those shit's called.
I don't know what they call them on Facebook exactly, but
I don't know.
They're on there too.
They're all shorts.
Yeah.
I don't care. They're all shorts across the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole trad wife thing is becoming like mainstreamed. And it's gross. It's fucking gross.
Oh, I agree.
And it's stupid because they think that them having a Facebook channel, a YouTube channel is somehow not going to eventually get taken away from them.
I think the sad part is that they're being validated by men, probably almost exclusively, and maybe some women, but like the majority of their audience has to be men, right?
Right.
And these men are agreeing with their values, but what they're doing is they're agreeing with they want women to be subservient.
Right.
That's all they're agreeing with. They're not agreeing with the fact that you're a better person. In fact, they don't like women. They're just saying, yeah, y'all should fucking bow to me and, make me dinner, bitch.
It's just the new face of incels.
Right.
That's all it's ever been.
Yeah.
And it's been incels since the beginning of time, whatever name that they used to be called. And incel, of course, stands for involuntarily celibate, because, women are depriving these poor sweethearts their pussy holes.
Right.
If we would only let them fuck us, they would be nice.
Yeah.
And then why are all the chads who are not incels, why are all the chads getting all these bitches?
Right.
And it's like, because you call them bitches, and because all you think about is sex, and because you're not a cool person and you're gross.
Yeah. Yeah. No one wants to be around you, man.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
That's the problem.
Except other incels.
Right.
And so this whole thing has kind of become like all the weird fringe groups. It's like they were all floating around in this pool, right? And then there was like somebody pulled the plug, right? And so now they're all swirling around together. But as they swirl around together in this whirlpool, they all like become closer, right?
Yeah.
Like they used to be fringes on the outside, like on the outside of the bathtub. You know what I mean?
Right.
But you pulled the plug, and now the whirlpool is bringing them all closer together. And now they're like all one big, giant, gross group of dudes that can't get laid and women that want something that I don't quite understand.
Right. They're getting validation. They're getting the validation that, like, a lot of people just seek validation online, right? And that's what's happening, right? They don't. I would wager that there's a lot of you called them trad wives or whatever, that don't necessarily fully believe everything they're saying, but they're saying it because they understand that they're part of a culture that sort of believes some of these things. And when they say them, they get validated, right? And the more they say it, the more they get validated. And the more they get validated, the more confident they are in these. Like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
These incels are feeling more, they like to call themselves alpha males. Whatever. They're all just a bunch of shitheads.
They're all incels.
Yeah, right. They are feeding these people the validation that they're seeking, and therefore it's just like this vicious cycle of building upon itself, because unfortunately, probably some of these women are influencing some ideas in younger women and different, ideas through society at this point because of how much traction some of this is getting. And that's the sad part.
It is.
And I don't know how to, part of what we do is trying to call out the bullshit in the Bible, which is adjacent to some of these ideas, right?
Right, exactly.
And that's kind of how we feel about what we're doing, is that, well, these ideas are stemming kind of from a religious standpoint.
Yeah.
So let's talk about religion. Let's talk about religion, and let's face up to and own these things that are happening in our society.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Sorry, I know we're way off topic.
But are we though? Because this is literally downing, negging women for the choices that they made to survive.
Right.
And is that any different from what's happening today?
No.
So are we really off topic?
No, and
I
think that's one of the most interesting things to me that we've come across while reading the Bible, is how relevant a lot of these ideas are in society today, because in large part, some of these ideas in the Old Testament are coming back to the surface.
Right.
Right. We used to live, I feel like we used to live in this world where Jesus was nicer, where God was nicer.
Yeah.
And maybe it was just we had less internet and less clicks and less, I don't know what it was. I don't know what made it feel different, right? I didn't grow up religious, so I don't really understand what I'm getting at with regard to that. I always had
the understanding of Buddy Jesus.
Yeah, sure.
There's a reason that was a meme, and it wasn't like a make fun of it meme. It was just be cool to each other, man.
Right.
That was my understanding of Jesus.
Stemming maybe from the 70s, 60s, hippie movement, and on through, there was an idea springing forth in society that allowed Jesus to be kinder, gentler, whatever. Yeah. Right. But we have regressed, and we've gone back since the 80s to where Jesus is less prominent and the OT God is becoming more prominent. Mm-hmm. And that's problematic. For all kinds of reasons.
When you hear Christians literally say Jesus is too woke, which I have heard, that's fucking weird. Right. To go back to that again. That's bizarre. Yeah. Hardcore Bible thumping Christians saying Jesus is too woke. Yeah. Okay.
Very weird.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, God hates you, and your daughters turn to prostitution, and your daughters-in-law to adultery, because they're honey-lipped vixens. Yeah, right. I will not punish your daughters when they turn to prostitution, nor your daughters-in-law when they commit adultery, because the men themselves consort with harlots and sacrifice with shrine prostitutes.
Wait, is he actually calling out men?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's amazing.
I'm actually kind of shocked there.
I did not see that coming.
I didn't either.
Because
I did a whole rant about how he's not going to say anything about the men.
But here it is. He's like, men.
I eat my words a bit.
Right?
Just a bit. Because we're still using women as the,
as the
example
tool
here.
To beat them over the head.
Right.
Yeah. Because, he's like, well, I'm not mad at the fucking harlots.
Right. But they're still harlots.
They're still fucking harlots. Right. I mean, literally, because the men themselves consort with harlots and sacrifice with shrine prostitutes. So he's like, they're still just nasty whores.
Right.
But I'm not mad at them or anything.
Sure.
I get it. These men out here fucking, all these gross women. Yeah. I mean, I'm not mad at the disgusting gross women.
Yeah. Right. We get it.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. A people without understanding will come to ruin. Yeah, they will. I agree with you.
Sure.
Kind of where we're headed right now.
Right.
Especially if, Trump wins.
Yeah. Yeah.
Though you, Israel, commit adultery, do not let Judah become guilty. Remember before he was
because northern and southern.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember earlier
and this is an older book. Mm-hmm. So,
and he was telling the one, you made the bad choices first.
Yeah.
So I'm less mad at you than I am with the other one who saw how pissed I was at you.
Right.
And then went ahead and did that shit anyways.
It was easy to forget because we're kind of later in the Bible.
Right.
But yeah, this was an older book that's still based on that northern tribe, southern tribe, Judah, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was not, we haven't talked about it for a while.
Right.
You know?
He's like, Israel is such a fuckface.
Right.
And they just did everything bad and wrong. Judah, don't go down that path.
Right.
You know better. You've got an example.
Yeah.
And then they did anyway. And he's
Sure.
like, womp womp, fuck all of you. Do not go to Gilgal. Do not go up to Beth Avenue. I don't know.
Sure, whatever.
And do not swear as surely as the Lord lives. The Israelites are stubborn. Oh, wait, no. That was the end of that quote. Do not swear as surely as the Lord lives.
Oh, okay.
Don't
All right.
swear.
Don't swear.
Don't swear that.
Got it.
That's my new swear, by
Yeah.
the way. Surely as the Lord lives.
Right.
Ah, my leg hurts as surely as the Lord lives. The Israelites are stubborn like a stubborn heifer. You know how heifers be stubborn?
Well, and I think, yeah, right. They're pretty hard to move, I'm just saying. But that's an interesting phrasing because the heifer was actually the symbol of Yahweh in northern Israel.
That's true. That is true.
It's an interesting way to phrase that.
Yeah.
That's going way back.
Way back, yeah. But not that far back.
Not that far back.
Right? Like around the Kings and Chronicles.
Right. No, I was just saying, like, as far as when we read it versus where we are now, that was a while back that we read that.
History-wise.
That we learned about that.
Yeah. Israelites are stubborn like a stubborn heifer, like, the fucking golden calf that y'all keep trying to bring back. I'm bringing heifers back.
No.
No?
No.
No, it's a...
Yeah, no, I know. I know what it is.
Justin Timberlake?
Yeah,
No?
I got it.
I'm bringing heifers back.
I don't think that's going to... No. That's not going to take off.
I thought it was great.
I don't think you have a top 40 hit there.
God damn it.
Yeah.
How then can the Lord pasture them like lambs in a meadow if you won't let me bring heifers back?
Is that what
No.
Okay, all right. Okay.
No, I added that last bit. The question was, how then can the Lord pasture them like lambs in a meadow?
Oh.
And then I added, if you won't let me bring heifers back.
Got it.
No,
that's good. Yeah, I like that. That was a nice addition.
That was pretty quick, right?
I approve. Yeah.
Yeah. Like it sounded real.
Yeah.
Seemed legit.
It did.
Yeah. Ephraim is joined to idols. Leave them alone.
Okay.
Even when their drinks are gone, they continue their prostitution.
They don't even have to be drunk. They have the sex anyway.
They just fuck all over the place. They fuck raw, man. They are tore up from the floor up. They be fucking all the time.
God.
Their rulers dearly love shameful ways. I mean, I dearly love shameful ways. All the shameful ways. I dearly love them.
Dearly. Yeah.
I also dearly love Sharpies.
You do. You
Right?
do dearly love Sharpies.
I dearly love stickers.
Yeah.
I dearly love Afghans.
Yeah.
I cannot have enough Afghans on my bed.
Right.
I dearly love coffee.
Yeah.
What do you... I just named several things that I dearly love besides prostitution and...
I dearly love you,
shameful
darling.
ways. Aww. That was so sweet. I might die. Oh my God.
So many points. So
Right?
many points. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, now name something else.
Oh, shit. I got to come up with something else?
Yeah, come on. You're
what
looking
do
around, you're like, what do I love?
I guess...
What do I love?
No, I love... I love playing games.
You dearly love playing board games.
I do.
And collecting them.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is something I really enjoy.
You dearly love your record collection
I do.
because many of them came from your dad and are sentimental to you.
Yeah. If I had more money to spend on it, a hobby that I would dearly love would be woodworking.
You would.
I would really love to do that.
Yeah.
Something I've craved to do for years. I was a carpenter briefly when I was younger. Not like Jesus.
I was trying so hard. I was like, how do I work this in? How do I work this in?
But ever since that time, it's something that just the ability to create something with your hands to me, and it doesn't have to be carpentry, right? Like there's other hobbies that I enjoy where I create things. I tried to make a lamp once. That didn't work out very well with popsicle sticks. It was horrible. It worked.
It did work. It did work.
It was not good.
But it looked like you made it in camp. Like summer camp when you were like in 5th grade.
Yes.
And you're like, no, this was just a couple years ago.
No, it was really fucking bad. It was really bad. Yeah. It's like that ornament on your Christmas tree that you say, oh, that was so sweet. My kid made that when they were 3.
Yeah.
And it's the ugliest goddamn thing on the tree. Right?
Yeah.
But you still say it's sweet.
Because it is. Because your 3-year-old made it.
They did their best. I did my best. You know?
Was your macaroni
what was I supposed to do? I had never made a popsicle lamp before. And, I still wouldn't claim to have done that because that one fucking sucked.
You threw it away. And I was so, I was both delighted
you
and
kid
sad.
made so much fun of me over that damn thing.
We made fun of you. But then when we moved, you were like, so this is going in the trash. And I was like, what? But it's your popsicle lamp. And you were like, babe, it's trash. Come on. And I was like, I mean, it is, but it's your popsicle. It's your macaroni art.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
All right, ready?
We still have Bible left, huh?
We do. One sentence.
Got
ready?
It, one sentence.
Yeah. A whirlwind will sweep them away, and their sacrifices will bring them shame. The end.
Fuck.
Wow, but they're talking about a whirlwind, and earlier I was talking about a whirlpool.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Is that?
I'm a prophet. I'm a goddamn prophet.
That one's water and the other one's air.
Yeah, but it's the word whirl.
Whirl. Okay.
Yeah.
You knew that whirl something was going to not.
I foresaw.
You foresaw the whirl.
The whirl. I'm a future teller.
Yeah.
I read.
You can tell when there's going to be a whirl in the future.
There's a whirl coming. Everybody look out. Random whirls just falling out the sky and bathtubs and every which way.
Yeah.
A whirl here and a whirl there.
All right, guys. That was the end of Hosea chapter 4.
It sure as fuck was.
And I said it earlier, but we may be a little... I don't know. I don't want to make any promises. We may be a little sporadic between now and the next couple of weeks because of reasons which you can find out about. And it is an interesting story. I wouldn't point you this direction if I was lying because you absolutely probably won't fucking believe it when you hear it. But it is an interesting story, what happened to wife.
I will tell you that one of my mottos is, and I mentioned this over there, catastrophe now makes a great story later.
Yeah.
And it was a catastrophe, and it is a great story.
So if you want to hear the story, it's available to everybody publicly. You don't even have to sign up for Patreon.
Doesn't cost you a dime.
Doesn't cost you a dime. But you do have to go over to the Patreon site, which is patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse. And it is called, what did I call it? It was Wife's something saga. I don't know.
Wife is Broken.
Wife is Broken. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the saga. Yeah. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
So it'll be, if you go over there today, it'll be the one below this episode on the Patreon site. Although you wouldn't be able to, I don't know, whatever. Just go find it.
Yeah.
It'll be one of the newest ones up there.
Yeah.
Wife's Broken, the saga.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Go listen to it. Find out what happened to wife and get a good laugh. Because Jesus Christ.
But for real,
it's fucking ridiculous.
It's perfect, though. I mean, it's me.
It's something.
Yep, it's me. That tracks.
All right. That's all we got for today. We will be back at some point, and we also, at least I will be, I don't know if wife's going to make the trek or not, given certain circumstances right now, but one of us or both of us will be down at the Kentucky Freethought Convention on this coming Saturday, which will be in Covington, Kentucky, which is just south of Cincinnati. So if you haven't signed up to go there yet, go there now. We've got special gifts for anybody that shows up and tells us that they heard about that on our podcast. So say that, and we got something for you.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll see you there. If not, we'll see you on the next episode. And take care. Thanks for hanging in there with us, guys.
Yep. Bye.
Wife!
Do you remember where we are and how we got here and what happened?
If I recall correctly, and we've been a little sporadic this week, we just got done reading Hosea Chapter 4.
Yes, we sure as fuck did.
Yeah, and in that chapter, God was talking about how Hosea's wife sucked, but really he meant Israel, how they sucked because they were worshiping other gods and Baal and who knows what else. So they sucked, right?
Yeah, he mostly talked about how much the people sucked.
Yeah, and the priests sucked.
And the priests sucked more.
Right, but he's still going to punish the people that were listening to the priest, even though they didn't know any better.
But not as much as the priest.
But not as much, but still punish them.
Yeah.
Because you gotta punish people, right? I mean, that's the thing.
It makes me feel like he's going to kill them quick instead of slow.
Maybe. I don't know. He likes to scatter people, and he likes to starve people. He has a lot of punishments, and none of them seem very quick, usually. Every once in a while. He killed that guy that picked up sticks early on real quick. He killed Aaron's sons really quick.
He did. And remember Uzzah.
He killed
melted
Uzzah
the face
in a
off of
fucking
him.
instant. Yeah, he was like, fuck you.
Touch my ark.
Right?
Yeah.
How dare you?
Right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, so I don't know what he's going to do, but he didn't like what they were doing.
He did not like it.
And I know I was shocked. Weren't you? You were shocked, weren't you?
Well,
that God didn't like what the Israelites were doing?
What shocked me was that he was like, you have a lack of belief. And I was like, that is shocking because, no, they have a belief in the other gods, not you.
Yeah.
And it's shocking
they believe in plenty.
It's shocking that you're a god and you don't recognize that.
Right, yeah.
They just don't.
They don't like you, man.
They just don't like you.
Yeah.
They're just not that into you.
It's not you, it's me, I don't know. Yeah.
But like that book, like they're just not that into you.
Right. Yeah. So, that was Hosea chapter 4.
Sure as fuck was.
And before we get into what we're doing today, I do have another Patreon shout out.
What?
Yeah. So we have a new patron. They actually subscribed at the gold level. So thank you so much. Their name is Chip.
Chip?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chip we talked quite a bit on Discord.
Oh my.
And Chip was having some problems getting Discord linked up. So I was helping them get that all figured out and whatnot. Oh my God!
Well, thank you for going to all the trouble, Chip.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. And we had some pretty lively discussions about how they became an atheist and why they're an atheist and where they came from and it was a great conversation. And that's to lead into this also because as well as being a patron, Chip also joined us on Discord, where if you join Patreon and you join. And then join our Discord, you get a special Patreon thing that puts you on this little level that everybody can tell. Hey, look, Chip donated at this level on Patreon.
That's so nice.
And he gets a special little color on his name.
So what you're saying is that Chip did it the right way.
Chip did an awesome job.
Chip did it the best way possible.
So that's, join us on Patreon, right? Help us out. But then join us on Discord also.
Right.
Because Discord is where all the fun's at.
That's where we chat.
That's where we chat. That's where we are.
That's where we hang.
Yeah. If we're anywhere, and we're not everywhere.
No.
We're nowhere usually. But that's where we are when we are somewhere.
Right. It's where we do our lives, which is what we're doing right now as we record this.
That's right. Every Wednesday night at 10 p.m., we have our live on Discord, and it's just a lot of fun. So you should join us for that. One last time, thank you, Chip, so much for donating. It is greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated.
Seriously, thank you, Chip.
And it helps us out more than any of you will ever know.
Yep.
So thank you. And that being said, we just got done with Hosea chapter 4. And today we're going to be reading
Hosea chapter 5.
Let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, so we are about to hop into Hosea chapter 5, or as I like to call him, Hosehead.
You did. You took it away. We talked about this in the middle of the break, and because I mentioned it, you took away my correction of Hosehead.
I had already thought of doing it because I don't like being corrected. I want to call him Hosehead, goddammit.
Right.
I don't need to be corrected. I know what the fuck it is. And anybody listening knows what the fuck it is because that's why they're listening. And it's also in the title and the description.
Like I said, I only do the corrections for, just correctness. To make sure.
Having said that, there's a thing that I probably should have read before the last episode because it applies to last episode, this episode, and the next couple episodes.
Okay.
And it is about Hosea kind of switching gears.
Okay.
And so I'm just going to read this note. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Hosea now turns in chapter 4, so last episode, from his personal experiences to the conditions in Israel that they illustrated. There appears to be little chronological order or logical development in this section. It consists of collections of numerous short messages that Hosea apparently delivered on various occasions over a number of years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, that tracks.
Yeah.
Because these are just like,
so
what?
he was just like keeping a notebook like, oh, that was a good saying. I should write that down.
Well, this is like a collection of all his speeches or whatever.
Got it.
You know, somebody who does a lot of speeches, like at the end of their career, they might put out a book that has a collection of all his speeches.
I can just imagine his speeches being like, people are like walking out. Is he talking about his fucking wife again?
Probably. All right. And I have a few more notes that I will get into as we read this chapter.
All right.
So just hang with me here. It's not a long chapter, though.
I'm going to hang, yeah.
All right. So we're in chapter 5.
Yes, we are.
Which continues into chapter 6 at the end.
Oh.
So I'll be recapping the end of this chapter in chapter 6.
Right. I got it. Okay.
So apologies in advance.
Right.
Sorry, I didn't write this shit. I didn't make it boring. I didn't cut it the way it's cut. Okay.
I don't think anybody would accuse us of writing this.
No, so. It's just I've caught on at this point, and now I know.
Yeah.
So like that's really short there at the end, and to look ahead and be like, oh, because it continues. Okay. Right. I see you. I see what you did.
Right.
Okay. So chapter 5. Here we go.
Yep.
Hear you, ya priests. Pay attention, ya Israelites. Listen, royal house. This judgment is against you. You have been a snare at Mizpah, a net spread out on Tabor. Okay, I have that was just the first verse, but I have a note. Okay. What? Okay, so this chapter begins with threatening the Israelites for, quote unquote, ensnaring the people to idolatry by their sacrifices and other rites on Mizpah and Tabor, right? So Mizpah was situated beyond Jordan in the mountains of Gilead. And Tabor was a beautiful mountain in the tribe of Zebulun. Okay. Both of these places are said to be eminent for hunting. So that's why they use the phrasing naturally of snare and net when they were referring to them, because they were like appealing to the local vernacular and what was happening in that area.
Sure. Yeah.
Which I kind of thought like was an interesting note to point out.
No, that's cool. Yeah, I like that.
But I'm so into like phraseology and wording.
Yeah.
So that's why. All right. So here we go. Verse 2. The rebels are knee deep in their slaughter. I will discipline all of them. Every time I see the word rebel, I can't help but think of Star Wars.
I was going to say that's exactly what popped in my head when you said rebel.
That's the only place you can ever use the word rebel from now on.
Right. Yeah.
Right? Like
pretty much dominates that world of rebelness.
Yeah. Kind of like the way opposite, but kind of opposite the way that the right wing took over the American flag and patriotism. Like you hear those words or you see the thing and you're like, oh, right, national Christians, got it.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't think, and to clarify, I don't think it's the word rebels or rebel. It's the phrasing, the rebels.
Yeah.
The rebels.
The rebels. The Rebel Alliance.
It's definitely Star Wars. Yeah.
Yeah, totally Star Wars. I'm sorry, Bible.
Yeah, Star Wars owns that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you may have written it first, but they used it better.
Right.
I know all about Ephraim. Israel is not hidden from me. Ephraim, you son of a bitch. You have now turned to prostitution.
Oh, man.
Israel, those sons of bitches.
Wait, weren't we just talking about his wife the last time? Like, I thought this whole thing was about his wife.
Listen, that's why I read at the beginning.
Yeah.
We're talking about all kinds of shit in all different order.
Okay.
Not chronological.
All right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Israel's fucking corrupt.
Got it. Yep.
Yeah. I added the fucking and the yes sons of bitches. Okay?
No way.
I was just letting people know the way you let them know that it's not hose head.
Do you remember early on, I used to call you out every time you said something not quite the way it was said in the Bible?
Yeah.
And like every time I was like, we need to read it like it says.
I know.
And then I gave up because you just don't.
Because it's more fun to see Israel, the sons of bitches, are corrupt.
I agree with you.
And I'm still reading all the words.
I was just reminiscing about my attempt to rein you in. That's all. And it never works. I should have known that back then.
Nobody puts baby in a corner. Anyway, their deeds do not permit them to return to their God. So they've been so bad, they don't even have the right to be like, JK, God, we still love you, Yahweh. You're the best.
But he was just talking about prostitution before and they were fine.
Was he? Because these are not chronological.
Well, okay, but the same guy was talking about prostitution at a different time that maybe wasn't chronological.
So maybe
and it was fine then.
But maybe he didn't write it before this one.
So what happened in the meantime?
I don't know. I'm just, you keep saying he was just talking about blah, blah,
See,
blah.
this is how I feel about this. I feel like he's talking about different sets of people, right?
Yeah.
So prostitution's fine if you're talking about your friends and your close relatives, right?
Sure.
But it's not fine if it's that tribe over there that are really awful and they're all doing prostitution.
Yeah.
Because that's how they view them, right? Those are the others.
Sure.
Right? This is some other tribe that he's talking about. He specifically said Ephraim and whatever.
Yeah.
So he's talking about the quote-unquote others. Mm-hmm. And therefore, it's easier to hate them.
Yeah.
And you don't have to qualify, well, they don't deserve to be hated.
Right.
You can just say you hate them.
Yeah.
So, and that's you know.
That's what the Bible's about.
Yeah.
Hate everybody that's not you.
Even hate yourself. But, I mean, not as much.
Right.
Yeah.
Or sometimes more, but not always.
Yeah.
Never not hate, though.
Right.
Always
I mean, that's
hate.
how we start out. According to the Bible, we start out in life. We should be hating ourselves right off the bat.
Yeah, fucking baby came out that pussy hole. Oh my God. You're disgusting, you gross baby. Gosh.
I often wonder, because, you know, they always talk about the innocence of a child, right? And how they should be spared from, you know, whatever. But where is that line drawn? When do you draw that line? Is it...
Oh, for a girl, it's when she starts her period.
Well,
then she's a
sure.
woman. She can
Yeah.
bear babies, and she's gross and disgusting.
Okay.
Before then, maybe if she starts growing little bitty titties, maybe if she has little bitty titties before she starts her period, she's a woman, and that's gross. We don't like women, except to fuck them a lot. We do like to fuck them a lot, but women are gross.
I just wonder where they draw that line of innocence at. That's all.
Pre-titty.
Okay. All right.
And for boys, I don't even know. The second that they can start hauling stuff back. Like,
Sure.
the second that they can actually be useful at work.
Right.
I don't know.
I think those definitions have changed over time, though.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
You know.
Definitely.
It used to be a lot younger that they considered them useful at work, so.
Yeah. Well, it kind of reminds me again of the fact that a lot of the far right is trying to bring back those don't need your parents' permission to marry laws so that they can marry like child brides.
Right.
Like,
well, no, some of those states still don't have laws that protect
but they're trying to
people from that.
That is true, and that is gross. Those states are gross. And the people that fight those laws are gross.
Right.
Or I should say the people that are fighting getting those laws off the books are gross. Fighting to... What am I trying to say?
Yeah, you're not saying this right.
Okay, I keep saying it backwards. People that think that child brides are good, they are gross.
There we go.
Yeah,
that's better.
The bottom
that
line.
That
yeah,
worked.
sorry.
Uh-huh.
But they're also trying to push for like a federal, like it's fine to marry children.
Are they really?
Yeah. The far, like the fringe.
You're sure
yes.
about this. Okay.
Yes, and they're also trying to make a lower the age that children can work in.
Yeah, that doesn't
be
surprise
workers.
me.
Yeah, because we like to abuse our children and we like to fuck them young.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gross.
I guess.
Especially if you're Christian, it's the right way.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So a spirit of prostitution. Speaking of gross things. Yeah. I mean, not that prostitution necessarily is gross, just being forced to do that because you have no other way to support yourself.
Right.
The society is what's gross. And it's gross that you are forced into something that you may not want to do, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Okay. A spirit of prostitution is in their heart. They do not acknowledge the Lord. That's the real problem.
He doesn't like it when people don't worship him. So, yeah.
It's funny because he's like, you're saying my name when you fuck, but I know what you mean, and you're not saying it the right way. When you go, God, 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 like that's not worshiping me.
No.
You're doing it wrong. Okay, so Israel's arrogance testifies against them. The Israelites, even Ephraim, stumble in their sin. Judah also stumbles with them. Everybody stumbles. Wife stumbles and breaks her leg.
Yeah.
Or her arm.
There's a whole story about that on Patreon.
Yeah, you should go listen. You don't have to be a member.
For free.
Yeah, you don't have to be a paying member.
Right.
You just can be a following member.
Right.
And you can listen to that episode where I tell you the whole fucking story. And
it's a doozy.
It is a doozy. It's basically like a 3-week, bad things happen to me within a 3-week period.
Yeah.
And yeah, you should listen. Anyway, when they go with their flocks and herds to seek the Lord, they will not find him. He has withdrawn himself from them. Okay, so I have some notes about that.
Okay.
Let me go back a ways, though, because I think I had some notes that I skipped over. Please, common people, blah, 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 blah. All right, so in one of these verses, we were talking about Gibeah and Ramah, and those were cities of Judah in the tribe of Benjamin.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And it says, oh, wait, did I read that yet?
I don't know.
No, I haven't read that yet. I'm about to read that.
Oh, okay.
Nothing. Don't listen to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, they are unfaithful to the Lord. They give birth to illegitimate children, from prostitution.
Yeah.
Yeah. When they celebrate their new moon feast, he will devour their fields. I have notes about that. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's interesting.
God's going to devour their fields?
Question. Hold that question.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Depends on interpretation.
Right.
As to who's doing the devouring.
Okay.
Sound the trumpet in Gibeah and the horn in Ramah. Raise the battle cry in Beth Aven. Lead on, Benjamin. Ephraim will be laid waste on the day of reckoning. Among the tribes of Israel, I proclaim what is certain. All right, so let me go read back over all of these notes, okay? They're not necessarily in order, but here we go.
Sure.
Okay. Gibeah and Ramah were cities of Judah in the tribe of Benjamin.
Okay.
And it says, after thee, O Benjamin, which is an abrupt cry of warning, because basically he's saying, Benjamin, fly for your life. The enemy is right behind you. And it's supposed to have been a prediction of the invasion of the Assyrians and the captivity of the 10 tribes. Okay.
Okay.
So then before that, in verse 7, when it says now a month, or it says now God will devour your fields or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. It depends on how it's interpreted. Some read it as a month will devour them, or some also say locusts will devour them. So according to 2 Kings, in a month's time, the king of Assyria shall be upon them and oblige them to purchase their lives and liberties by a grievous tax of 50 shekels per head. So again, this is saying the Assyrians are coming. They're going to fuck our shit up.
Right.
And so instead of month, some translate the original as locust, such as that it would say the locust shall devour our fields. So there was, like, locusts did ruin their fields, and then the Assyrians came and like a bunch of shit happened.
But also maybe, like it could have been a way that they referred to the Assyrians
as
at the time.
locusts.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe it was
true.
just a way that they talked about them back then that we don't understand today.
And by saying that God did it, it could have been them saying that God allowed these things to happen.
Right.
So anyway, like I said, it depends on how you interpret it.
Sure.
Which I just thought, again, that was very interesting.
Yeah.
All right. We're at verse 10 now.
Okay.
Judah's leaders are like those who move boundary stones. I will pour out my wrath on them like a flood of water. Ephraim is oppressed, trampled in judgment, intent on pursuing idols. I'm like a moth to Ephraim, like rot to the people of Judah. Okay.
Okay.
When Ephraim saw his sickness and Judah his sores, then Ephraim turned to Assyria and sent to that great king for help. So Ephraim was sick and Judah was sick with sores. So they're like, help, help. And they turned to Assyria instead of Yahweh. They turned to their neighbors.
Much like he bitched about them turning to Egypt and other people in the past. Or, well, not past. I guess that would have been future. Because time frames are all fucked up here. But yeah.
But yes, you are correct. That's exactly right.
Right.
And so he's like, I can't believe you turned to people, you fuckers.
Right.
But he, your neighbor, Assyria, that great king, is not able to cure you, not able to heal your sores. For I will be like a lion to Ephraim, like a great lion to Judah. I will tear them to pieces and go away. I will carry them off with no one to rescue them. Fuck.
Okay. Because they turned to somebody else for help other than him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they can fuck right off.
Again, we were talking last episode about how shitty God is about, killing people. And here he goes killing more people.
Like, okay, here's the thing. Like, let's say that we have a kid, right? And let's say that they get themselves into some trouble.
Yeah.
And let's say that they ask their friends and their cousins and a bunch of people for help before they come to us.
Mm-hmm.
And we wish that they would have just come straight to us for help.
Right.
Are we going to be like, no, because you asked somebody else first. You should have come to me for help first.
I mean, that is a thing some people say sometimes. Like, family will be like, why didn't you ask me first? Like, you know, that people do get offended by that.
I just don't. But what I'm saying is that is shitty of you. And would we do that? I don't think that we would do that.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
Right.
I don't get families that are like that, quite honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's one verse left, but it's the verse that belongs to the next chapter.
Oh.
So I'm like, do I read it? It's completely new topic, too. Like, I don't know. Do I read it because it's this chapter?
Well, yeah, you do.
Okay.
Because it's this chapter.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to read it now, okay?
Yeah, all right.
So I started to say the end because that was the end of that section.
I gotcha.
Okay. All right. Then I will return to my lair until they have borne their guilt and seek my face. In their misery, they will earnestly seek me. The end.
So he's going to kill them all.
Uh-huh.
And then he's going to return to his lair.
Yeah.
Whatever what the fuck that is.
His mind palace.
Sounds like he's a fucking dragon or something.
Right.
But okay. And he's going to return to his lair until they seek him, which I'm assuming he's referring to the few that he didn't kill.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Which, by few, I mean a lot, because he never kills hardly anybody.
Right.
That he says he's going to kill. Do you remember, like, how everybody, when they took over Israel the first time, right?
Yeah.
Exodus, right?
Uh-huh.
Like they came into the promised land.
Yeah.
And they killed all the people.
They killed all the Canaanites.
500 times over.
Yeah.
Right? But they kept being there.
They kept being there.
And then they're still fucking there.
Yeah.
You know, like
they killed all the giants, the Amalekites, except for some of the Amalekites.
Right, yeah.
That, are still around at the end of the Old Testament.
Right,
like,
right.
What?
It's really dumb. But he's, I don't even know what to say anymore. But like
It's hyperbolic.
He doesn't like his people. He doesn't like his people that used to be his people. He kills them all, and he says, "You better fucking worship me, or else I'm going to kill you some more."
And
that's pretty much the gist, right?
He's hyperbolic, and the people are hyperbolic. And when they say all and every, they don't really mean it. And they needed a good counselor to teach them to use their I words with feelings.
Right.
Feelings aren't facts. Tell me how you feel.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So now I have some notes.
Okay.
Okay. So during the reigns of the Judean kings Jotham and Ahaz, I remember the names, but not necessarily if they were good or bad or whatever.
Okay.
Okay. Because remember the Kings and Chronicles, we were doing.
Yeah. There's a lot of kings.
Yeah, a lot. And I couldn't keep them apart, which was north and which was south.
Right.
Like, whatever. So, okay, these were Judean kings, Jotham and Ahaz.
Okay.
So during their reigns, Israel and Syria tried to persuade Judah to join them in an alliance aimed at resisting the spreading power of Assyria.
Okay.
When Judah refused to cooperate, Israel and Syria attacked Jerusalem, whereupon Ahaz, contrary to Isaiah's advice, asked Assyria for help. Assyria replied by conquering Syria and much of Israel. But Judah's independence also suffered because in asking Assyria for help, it placed itself under Assyria's power. And that was discussed in 2 Kings chapter 16 and Isaiah chapters 7 and 8.
Got it. Okay.
So that was just a little bit of history to try to catch you up.
Right.
And that is pretty much the notes that I had.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't feel like we really made any headway here.
No, we haven't moved forward.
It's still God hating his people, killing them, and then wanting them to beg for his forgiveness. So,
and it's still dependent upon us having understood and retained previous history and geography, which I neither do.
I don't think it's really. I mean, ultimately, to understand what we're talking about and what is being talked about in the Bible, I don't think that a lot of that is very important. Right.
Right.
It does make some things a little bit easier to understand with regard to how the stories go.
Right.
But the general messaging in the Bible is essentially what I said.
Yeah.
God is like, if you were worshiping other gods and not me, fuck you, go die. And if you then lived through that massacre that I did, apparently, come find me and beg for forgiveness and worship me so that you can then be, under me again, I guess.
Right.
Until you're not, and then I'll kill you again.
And that's the spiritual, quote unquote, part of it.
Right.
The actual, like, what literally happened, though, is that a bunch of tribes tried to conquer each other and steal each other's land, and we're still suffering under that today because tribes are still doing that.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just
in the name of God, but it's
bigger
really about
and better
resources.
toys now, right?
Yeah, and it's about resources.
Yeah, it's not. It has nothing. Nothing has changed. It's always been about war and tribes. Countries, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
The
tribes just grew big enough to call countries and nations.
They're the same size. They just have political structures now. That's all. I mean, Israel is Israel, right?
Yeah, but I mean, there's other countries involved now, outside of the Middle East.
Yes, there are bigger countries that do exist.
That's what I'm saying. Now the tribes have expanded and grown, so it is bigger tribes.
Right, but you could argue that, the Roman Empire, right? Mm-hmm. They controlled a large swath of land that would have accounted for much of Europe.
It was a giant tribe.
Right? So that would have been a giant tribe back then.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
You're making my point for me.
I'm sorry.
So you agree with me.
I thought you were talking in more of a modern sense as to that's what exists now versus that wasn't then. So
no, it's still just a bunch of tribes, but
Got it.
They've just grown to the size of countries and nations. That's all.
Okay. But that's where I was arguing. Okay, never mind. I don't know what you're.
I'm totally not following you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So you're arguing that we've grown to a bunch of countries and nations.
Yeah.
From what? From what? How have we grown? What do you mean by grown?
We're all joined together now, in one giant world kind of thing.
I'm still not following what you're talking about.
The United States of America is one giant country, right?
Yeah.
It did not used to be. It has grown into one giant tribe.
Okay. All right.
I guess grown is the wrong word. What I'm looking for is progressed to where it stands today. A bunch of people that used to be just loose leaf floating in the wind joined together
but
and are now.
That's what I was getting at, is that back then the Roman Empire encompassed large swaths of land, much like the United States does now.
Right.
That it had grown to encompass a lot of people and a lot of lands.
I see what you're saying, but.
And we certainly don't agree with the same things that
yes, I know.
Majority of Missourians agree with.
Each state is its own country.
Right.
Yes, I get that. I guess what I'm trying to say is anywhere you live on the planet now belongs to a tribe, whereas that did not always used to be the case.
Got it.
So anywhere you live in America, you belong to a fucking tribe. Your clan, your state, your people.
So there's more people now. Is that what you're getting at?
There's more solidified groups.
Okay.
And they're bigger.
I'm really confused as to what you're getting at here.
I know. I don't know how to convey it to you, and my arm is broken.
All right. I think we're just gonna slide on out of here. I think this might be drugs setting in with wife, possibly, and pain or something.
Yes, I'm
not really sure what's happening.
I'm definitely the idiot here.
No, I'm not trying to say that. I'm just I really don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's okay. My arm hurts, and I probably am actually not making sense.
Got it.
Go listen to the Patreon episode to figure out why I'm blah.
Yeah.
I'm falling out. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Where you going? What you doing?
Well,
what's happening?
I'm going to the Kentucky Freethought Convention.
And when is that?
It's today.
Yeah.
It's if you're getting this, I'm probably either on my way or already there.
Yep.
Now I keep saying
Yeah.
Wife's not going.
I'm really upset about it actually because I really liked the last time that we went.
Yeah, we had a blast.
It was fun. We made a new friend.
Yeah.
And we got to see some, really cool people in the community.
Some great speeches and just all kinds of things.
Yeah.
It was we picked up new fans even. So
yes.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, it was a great experience overall. I really enjoyed it.
Right. But as everybody may know, if you're listening to this, possibly, and if you don't, you can find out the entire saga. It's called, I think we call the episode Wife's Saga.
Yeah.
Or Wife's Broken the Saga. That's what it was. Wife's Broken the Saga. It's over on our Patreon for free for anybody. You don't have to be a member. So you can go over there and listen to it. But wife is a bit broken.
Yeah.
So
I have broken bones and I'm still in a lot of pain periodically. And being at a convention all day just doesn't light my fire right now.
Right. So if you come to the Kentucky Freethought Convention, we apologize, but it'll just be me.
Yeah.
But we will. I will be there.
The pooper of the party will be there, but the party won't.
That's yeah. Only nobody knows what you're referring to.
Well,
there.
they would if they were in our live discords every Wednesday at 10.
Right.
They would know
Yes.
that you're the party pooper and I'm the party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they got to show up at Discord to understand that reference.
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm saying.
And stay till like midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See?
So it's a select crowd.
It is a select crowd. Definitely.
All right. Well, so I think what we're doing today is like a special episode based around the theme of the Kentucky Freethought Convention, right?
Mm-hmm. And that theme is breaking generational curses.
Okay. All right. And what kind of stuff are we going to be covering today?
Depends how far we get. I was going to let you choose what we cover first.
Okay.
Curse versus cycle, the illusion of fate, and reframing the narrative are the three main pieces that I picked out that I thought we could talk about.
I say we start with curse versus fate because I think that is...
I don't know. You just combined two of the titles.
Oh, did I really?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's curse versus cycle or the illusion of fate.
Oh, curse versus cycle then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. I apologize. I'm going to go down the list because I'm assuming that's probably how you have your notes.
I mean,
More than likely.
But I just wanted you to pick. But yeah, I can go in any order.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Well, we'll start there.
Okay.
All
Sounds
right.
good.
You ready to do this?
I am.
Let's do it.
Okie dokie. All right, so we are getting into this pre-convention episode with regard to the Kentucky Freethought Convention.
Yeah.
And
I thought it was an interesting concept as far as what they're basing the convention on. So
it is breaking generational curses. Like, there's a lot there.
Yeah.
It's a big topic. And when I was kind of looking for ideas of how to approach this, I used AI to like say, give me some ideas. And
sure,
it spit out so many. And then from there, I had to narrow it down. It's such a broad topic, which I appreciate because that means that I almost said we, I'm so sad. You are going to hear some really great speeches there.
Yeah.
That there's no likelihood that they'll be doubling up.
Right.
Because it's such a big umbrella.
Yeah.
As I said, we're going to be talking about three different things here today, assuming that we don't get too chatty on each of them.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
The first one is curse versus cycle. The second one is the illusion of fate. And the third one is reframing the narrative.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
With regard to curse versus cycle, I really thought this was interesting. There was a question of what does the term curse mean in a secular context? Like defining, what do you mean by curse? How can it be a curse?
Right, because we don't really believe in the hooey, bullshit out there.
And I just thought, wow, what a great place to start. So that was the first place I started my notes.
Right.
I'm really glad that you wanted to start there too.
Actually, recently we've had some discussions about feelings about connectivity, I guess, and just how you versus I feel about certain things. So it's an interesting topic, I think, for us especially.
It is. Yeah. One of the things that they talked about with regard to curses in the atheist community is generational patterns or generational trauma.
Okay.
And what that means is stuff that's being passed down from parent to child, and then the child grows up and passes it down to their child, and that child grows up and passes it down to their child. So the concept of a curse in this particular case can be understood, obviously, without invoking supernatural explanations.
Yeah.
It's just generational trauma. And there are many ingrained patterns of behavior and systemic disadvantages, like monetary, like economic.
Right.
In addition to the whole religion thing, there's a bunch of other systemic issues that can be passed down.
It's definitely hard to break out of a poor economic structure that you grew up in, right? That's not an easy thing to overcome.
Exactly. And so these kinds of generational traumas or patterns get passed down through many generations.
Right.
Hence the term generational.
Now, I would say I don't like the word curse to be used in these are problems that have solutions, right? We have ways of discussing these in society to come up with a way to fix these things.
And that was my thought when you gave me that topic as what they're discussing. at the convention, like the main overlying theme of the convention. That made me so curious what made them choose that specific term.
Well, and that's I mean, right now we're discussing what it's a discussion, right?
Right.
Where we're sitting here, we're going, what does that mean? What does that mean to us?
Exactly.
So that's a good thing. It inspires discussion.
Absolutely. Yeah. It made me really curious. So that's why I was starting there. Like, what do you mean by that even?
Right.
So I'm curious, while you're there this weekend and, you know, assuming that you get an opportunity to hear a lot of the talks and not just maybe only a couple of them.
Yeah.
Anytime you hear somebody give a definition of curse, make sure you either jot it down or record it, because I'm interested to know how other people have taken this word in the context of their discussion as they're presenting it.
Well,
I want to know.
My understanding is that we'll be close enough that we'll be able to hear while we're at our tables.
Oh, perfect.
That'll be great.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, definitely be feeding me notes along the way, because I definitely want to know
I should mention this real quick. If you're popping on here and you're listening to this on Saturday, it's September the 7th, while I'm at the Atheist Convention, I am going to have Discord open and on in our stage channel. So you guys are more than welcome to join us there. And so that means that you will be able to hear what I'm saying, what I'm doing there while I'm there. And you'll be able to chat in the chat section and interact.
Okay.
So
I did not realize that. So yay. I think I'll be popping in and out too then throughout the day.
Yeah.
So in between, medication rounds.
And naps for that. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have an adverse reaction to all painkillers in that they knock me out.
Right.
Which, I mean, some might call that a good thing. I do, but okay. So in psychology, the term generational trauma is often used to describe the emotional and psychological effects of adverse experiences passed down through families, which we just discussed.
Right.
That's generational trauma.
Yeah.
Now, studies have shown, just as a large example, that children of Holocaust survivors exhibit higher rates of PTSD and depression compared to the general population, suggesting that trauma can indeed be inherited across generations. So this is just not just a psychology thing. This is an actual phenomenon.
Well, if you think about that, right? So, I mean, if you have a family member or multiple family members that have a trauma that they endured, right? That is going to affect their lives, and then by affecting their lives, it's going to affect their kids' lives in a certain way.
Sure.
So it can. I definitely can see how that could happen for sure.
Yeah. I just thought, just on a large, grand scale, it's harder to discuss something like this with a person of faith,
right? To
say, well, of course you're a believer. It was passed down, and they'll say, no, I'm a believer because I chose it, and it's like, oh, okay,
right.
I see you there, but okay. But if you were to point out a statistic like this, that backs you up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I just found that really interesting.
Yeah. No, definitely.
So, all right. So did you have any more to add on curse versus cycle?
I don't think so. I think that pretty much covered that. For it is what it is, but it's an interesting way to break into the conversation, right?
Yeah.
That's I appreciate that. Right. What is a curse, and how can you apply it to a secular form of thought in some sense, right?
Yeah.
And that's to say that these things it's essentially mental health, right? That mental health and economic health and social health that gets transmitted from one generation to the next generation.
I'm so glad you said all of those, because those are literally things we're going to discuss.
Oh, okay.
So, yes, you are spot on.
Right.
Okay, so moving on then to number 2, the illusion of fate.
Okay.
And challenging the notion of predetermined destinies. So, that's one of the, breaking generational curses. One of those is having the illusion of fate, So there's challenging the notion of predetermined destinies, as well as exploring how personal agency can overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles.
Okay,
so let's talk about the first one a little bit.
Sure.
Challenging the notion of fate, predetermined destiny, meant to be kind of thing.
Right.
What are your initial thoughts before I bring anything?
My initial thoughts about fate are that it's a lazy way of accepting status quo.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So it's a way in which you can it's a way for you to accept what you have and say, well, this was fate. and this is the way it's supposed to be. And I have to accept it because this is the way it was predestined.
God always planned this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it allows you to skip the hard questions of, well, do I really accept this? Is this really something I want? Is this really something that was meant to be? Is this where I should be? Is this what I would have chose to be?
The book Candide by Voltaire really examines this a lot throughout the text. It's such a good book. If you ever have a chance to read it, highly recommend, because it challenges the notion of accepting status quo. For example, right toward the beginning, there's this ship, and I've probably given this example so many times now, so apologies if I'm being repetitive.
Right.
There's a ship, and people are drowning, and there's people that are on the side just kind of watching. And the question is, well, shouldn't we go in and save them? And the answer is, well, no, if they're meant to survive, they will.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Like, the whole book is very tongue-in-cheek, okay? Voltaire is not saying that is the correct thought process.
Sure.
He is saying the result of this thinking is you standing by and allowing tragedies to occur.
Right.
Because, as you said, it's lazy thinking. It's accepting status quo.
Well, and I think even more than that, it's a tool for disinformation, right? Mm-hmm. So let's just put this in a personal relationship. We're in Hosea. When in the Bible, we're in Hosea, so I might as well use it this way.
Sure.
Okay. So in Hosea, he talks about his wife as a metaphor for how God treats Israel and views Israel, right? Mm-hmm. Well, let's talk about how a relationship could be viewed in regards to fate, right? Mm-hmm. And let's just say that two people meet at a really odd place out in the world that they would have never expected to meet there, right?
Sure.
And they knew each other from way back when.
I mean, that's happened to me multiple times, literally.
Sure. But let's just say that maybe they decide to go on a date or two, right? But then one of the people in the relationship decides to push the idea that this is fate, right? This is meant to be. This is a predestined thing, and they lean heavily into we met at this weird place, and they do it it's a way to manipulate people into believing something is correct and good without having actual basis in fact.
Exactly.
And I think that religion uses that same idea to get people to buy into their faith and their religion and their ideas through that predestined idea.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's why it's lazy, it's manipulative, and it's not correct. Right. Like weird things happen.
I mean, they just do. Like, for example, I grew up overseas. My dad was military. I was on a small Air Force base in southern Italy. Years later, as an adult, I served in the Army and was stationed in Hawaii.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, I ran into when I was at the hospital, Tripler Army Medical Center.
Yeah.
I ran into my cheerleading coach from my high school times in Italy. Now, one might say that that would be fate.
Right.
But when we really examine it, they were both contractors, she and her husband. For the military. Right. Now, granted, I'm talking about two different places, Italy to Hawaii. Yeah. That's weird, right? And we're talking Air Force in one case, Army in the other.
Sure.
But even so, the military world is so small. Anywhere you go related to military, there is a 3 in 5 chance. That's not nothing that you're going to bump into somebody that you know. I had another strange coincidence while I was in Hawaii. My dad discovered that he had a brother who was adopted out as a baby. Yeah. This happened while I was in Hawaii. He discovered this. And moreover, that this brother that he didn't know he had a daughter in the Army stationed where I was stationed at the same time. So she and I met and got together for lunch.
Very cool.
Right? Yeah. So, was that fate? I don't think so, because we didn't really like each other a whole lot. Sure. She and I did not stay in touch.
It's one of those weird coincidences, right? Mm-hmm. And I actually heard, I was listening, Seth Andrews is going to be at the Kentucky Freethought Convention as well.
And you're so excited.
Well, yeah, no, I am. I listen to his podcast, and, I enjoy his discussions, and I do get something out of it. I think it's a good platform. But one of the things that he mentioned in one of his recent podcasts, I believe, it might have been that, or I just recently listened to his book too. So either way, it was something.
Either his podcast,
something I was listening to recently by Seth was that with regard to fate and coincidence and meant to be type scenarios, right? You could walk into Walmart 100 times, right? And then on the 101st time, you find this long lost friend there,
right?
And you say it's fate. You say it's meant to be. It's this, but you've been there 101 times,
right?
Like, and there was no fate or coincidence in the other times where you missed each other,
right?
It was just that one, like the fact that you know somebody in the world and they shop at the same fucking Walmart as you, and you run into them 1 out of 100, 1,000, whatever, however many times, is not fate. It's just math.
Yeah,
it's math that works out in your favor that day, I guess.
Right.
But it's still math.
I mean, in a universe full of infinite possibilities are bound to happen.
Right. And we're going to notice the ones that stand out, right? The ones that are weird, the ones that are different, the ones that are one-offs. Those are the ones you're going to remember. And then you apply way too much. Like if you believe in fate, if you believe in the
overarching destiny,
the magic of the world, right? Then you're going to apply way too much emphasis on those encounters and those situations, and you're going to apply them to this magic of the world that we call fate.
Instead of just like, that's really cool that happened. What a great day. That was unexpected.
Right.
Which, no, I mean, you can still think it was cool without attributing magic to it.
Yeah, it doesn't, and that's just it, right? It doesn't take away from that encounter, in my opinion.
No, me neither.
It just is a different way to look at it that is not manipulating how you look at the world.
Right. It's an honest enjoyment instead of somebody else put it there for me on purpose.
Right.
Enjoyment.
It's a lot like when, we talk about this a lot when Christians will thank God for something that somebody else did.
Yeah.
And it's like a doctor or the person that brought the food to their table or cooked it or whatever. Yeah. You thank God instead of the person that did it, right?
God is good.
Why not just enjoy the fact that you ran into somebody that you hadn't seen in a long time instead of attributing magic to it, right? Just be like, hey, this is a great opportunity to reconnect with that person that I enjoyed their company years ago.
Yeah. And this was good food. And this was like all the things that you would say thanks for. Just be grateful.
I mean, if you want to thank anything, thank math, Or thanks, math.
Thanks, math. Or you can maybe, instead of thanking God, if you're gonna do that, maybe go the extra mile by also hoping and marching and getting involved in campaigns that make minimum wage workers get higher wages. Instead of like you're at McDonald's, right? And you're like saying thank you for the meal before me. I love these chicken nuggets. Yeah. Thank God.
You're saying take actual action to thank the people that make it count, right?
God did not bring you those fucking nuggets.
Right.
Yeah. The fucking minimum wage teenager with zits on their face brought it to you.
Well, it's not necessarily even teenagers anymore. There's a lot of people that are trying to sustain a life.
Older people who retired and thought they were done and are still working because they don't have a fucking choice. Or
a
single
mom who's
parents
working 2 jobs that's trying to, provide for their kids. There's a lot of scenarios where you really should thank that person, right?
You should thank the person. And moreover, if you're going to be all thank God about it, you should actually be saying, well, thank you, God, for having this person that brought me the food. But could you maybe do something about the fucking minimum wage? And, I don't know. I'm just so bitter. Like when people say thank God, I'm always like, no, fuck you.
Yeah.
God don't give a fuck about your nuggets or if your football team won.
No.
If you think God does give a fuck about that, fuck that God.
Yeah. Well, because, look at all the stuff that he doesn't apparently care about.
Well, right? When 2 teams are praying, does the one who won, does that mean that their team prayed harder?
I always wondered about that, right? I'm like, why do we put such an emphasis on these people that, kneel in the end zone and pray to God and stuff like that? I'm like, right? But what about the people that just got run over by you, How
about instead we just say, all right, how many Christians are on each team? And instead of playing, be like, oh, you brought 30, we only brought 25. 30 team with 30 Christians wins.
That's what we should do. We should actually do a study about the amount of Christians and how hard they pray before every NFL game and see if it makes a difference in the outcome of the game.
Yeah.
Right. Statistically.
Sure.
That way we should really get them on board and see if we can, find a.
But then you'd also have to account for the ones that pray at home watching TV. And how do you account for those? Because the one that had fewer show up, but they might have had more sitting at home.
Okay.
All right. How do you account?
I don't know.
I don't
know how you would
either.
do it. Yeah.
So I think it would have to be those who show up.
You think?
Yeah. Those who can afford.
They could do like a Nielsen survey or something, like, and find out how many people were praying during that specific game for that team,
or whichever
or if you're a Christian or whatever,
whichever network that they air it on.
Yeah,
they could also track how many households were watching that game.
I think we could do this, but that could be done. You know, there's a way to do that.
There is a way. I'm not saying that it would be done,
right?
But it could be done.
Yeah, and
then we don't even have to play the game, so nobody gets hurt.
And really, I mean, specifically because he's like anti-American, apparently. Mm-hmm. If Colin Kaepernick was playing on a team, then obviously they should always lose, right?
They should, right?
I mean, that's just the way that God works, right?
Yeah, God hates only people that
he doesn't like
kneel during the national anthem of America,
right? Because America is God and God is America, right?
Well, yeah, wasn't Jesus born here? Pretty sure he's white, isn't he? Straight white male.
That's what a lot of people think.
Yeah, they do.
But no.
I love watching those YouTube videos where people freak the fuck out when you tell them Jesus was a Jew, and they lose their fucking minds. How dare you? That's so blasphemous. Like,
oh my gosh.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
no,
we are way
great.
off topic.
Oh yeah, but it's fun. It's fun.
Okay, so let's talk more about predetermined destinies.
Okay.
So what about the notion that one's life path is preordained or controlled by external forces, like, you know, whatever job you pick and you're on the right path to riches, and rich people got there because God wanted them to be rich, and poor people obviously fucked up somewhere.
Right. No, I don't think that's... Look, there's actual... So this is one of those places where science muddles it a little bit. Because there is like this study that has been put out where it shows that you actually determine the idea that your decision is determined before you make the decision, right? Yeah. Like it's your decision is actually predetermined chemically or with
that's where we're getting into like nature versus nurture and how hard you put forth efforts and stuff.
No. There's literally this is more minute, so I probably shouldn't have even brought it up. But basically, whenever you make a decision, your body chemistry has already made that decision without you knowing you made the decision.
What?
There's something. I'd have to look up the exact study. I'm doing it no justice here, but there is some study and Christians like to bring it up sometimes. Like, no, we actually don't have a choice. You're doing, depending on what they're arguing. But there is a study that shows that you don't actually make the decision when you think you make the decision.
Oh, okay.
So it's a thing.
Okay, the only science that I will attribute to that is that the conscious thought hasn't quite verbalized it out loud to yourself, maybe. Right. You have already thought it through in the back of your mind, maybe. But that ain't God. That's just having done shit in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
Quicker than you were able to.
Right.
Kind of like, if you were to ask me math, well, I'd have to take forever at it, right? But if you ask me for, I don't know, I can't even think of a good example, but like if you ask me for a recipe to something that I love and I rattled off the instructions off the top of my head without even thinking about it. Yeah. That goes along with the idea that sometimes, you're thinking too hard and that's why you fuck up. Sure. Like that's the opposite,
Yeah.
So I just...
It has to do more with like... So there was a study I looked it up real quick. There was a study in 1983, an experiment done by Benjamin Libet, and participants were asked to perform...
You need to leave it alone.
They were asked to perform a simple action, such as like flexing their wrist at the time of their choosing. Brain activity was monitored, and participants were also asked to note the precise moment they felt the conscious intention to act. And the results showed that the brain activity related to the action began before participants reported their conscious awareness of the decision to act.
Okay, I'm going to call bullshit on that study, though, because they were thinking about...
As soon as they were asked.
They were thinking about it from the time that they were asked. It doesn't matter when they did it.
No, I agree. So
they were like, should I do it now? Should I do it now?
It's one of those things that's debated a lot. And it's one of those things that there are actual studies with regard to this phenomena,
but
I guess.
It should have been
But
further...
it's very nuanced as far as what those things are, I think.
Yeah.
So.
I'm not saying I'm against studying that, but that should not have been the end all be all then.
Right.
It should have gone further.
Yeah.
And not just like dropped, like, boom, God.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
I'm going to put a big no on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm no scientist.
Right, but that, to me, after reading that little snippet after doing a search, it was, that doesn't really, to me, make any... That doesn't say God to me at all.
What's the control subject in that? You need a control where you don't tell the people to squeeze their wrists.
Right.
Yeah.
And
how do you do that?
The other side of that is that I've heard people that are, religious argue free will and not free will. Like
at the same time.
They'll say that everything is predestined, and then in the same breath, they'll say that everything is free will. You have free will.
At the same time.
At the same time.
Yeah.
I'm like, which is it, guys?
Right.
I don't know where to argue with you.
The way that I've heard people describe it is that you have free will even though God already knows which way you decided.
Yes.
And that one makes me tired because then I'm like, then why even fucking bother?
Right. If God already knows, you don't have free will. Right?
I mean, in my opinion. You've already done the game before you even showed up. Right. So why even be born?
Yeah, right.
Like, it's so pointless. It makes life so pointless to me.
And it makes me question a lot of God's actions, too. Mm-hmm. I'm like, if he knew everything ahead of time, why does he get angry at all?
Right?
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's silly.
Right.
All right, so listen to this. There are studies about twins that have shown that while genetics play a huge role in certain traits and behaviors, like, you can ask twins questions in different rooms, and a lot of times they'll like give the same answer. Or I saw one where this guy was asking these twins. There was a wall between them, but like they could both see him, but they couldn't see each other, and he could see both of them.
Right.
And so he's asking both of them, raise one of your hands. And they both raise the same hand. And he says, hop on one foot. And they both hop on the same foot.
Sure.
And then he's like, think of a number. And they both pick the same number.
But, okay, so the first two, right? I'm just going to say, were they both predominantly right-handed or left-handed?
Yeah, I don't know.
And, like, so that matters, right?
Right.
And then with the picking of the number, maybe... They're twins, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they have the same fucking number on purpose.
Well, that and they have clearly mirrored the same reactions over time because as the dude kept being like, whoa, and oh my God, like he's like just very excited that this is happening. Like, I don't believe it. This is amazing.
No, I mean, it's cool.
No. Listen.
Okay.
So the girls, both of them, adopt the same stance and they're like, what? And they both put out the same hand. And then he's like, oh my God. And then they both like put their hand in their hair going, what? And so that was kind of cool. But I mean, clearly they have the same kind of mannerisms because they're around each other and they're inclined the same way. That's the whole nature versus nurture, right?
Right. And genetics are much closer in a twin than they are in another. So, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, if they are identical twins, they are literally clones.
Right.
So,
yeah. So it makes a little bit of sense there.
Right. Even though that is true, though, environmental factors also significantly influence individual development. So two twins might be raised the exact same way, but then later on you have one that's like the good twin and one that's the bad twin or, shit like that. Like one gets all the blame, one gets all the glory.
Sure.
But that is more like the siblings in general, I think.
Right.
Not just twins.
Yeah.
Also, there's cases where twins have been separated.
Right.
From birth.
Yeah.
And they manage to find each other when they're in their late adulthood and they find out that they both picked very similar style houses and cars, very similar looking spouses, same number of animals and the same type, same blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And so that's really cool. But then just as often or probably even more often, they're just two different people living two different lives.
Right.
The end.
Yeah.
But you don't hear about those because those aren't as cool.
Right. Again, that's math, right?
Yeah.
Like, and I'm not saying that there's some genetics involved there, but I mean, math also can play into that.
Math is cool.
And we're going to pick the ones that are really weird, right? The ones where they have those connections. And we're probably not listing off everything in their life. We're listing off the things that they have connections on, right? Mm-hmm. Just those certain things.
The more obvious ones.
Right. Yeah. And if it's obvious and it obviously that's going to wow people. But if you said, hey, this neighbor 5 streets down has the same amount of pets that we do, but it wouldn't be there's not the same wow factor. It's because they're twins.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, yes, is it kind of cool.
Okay,
but
listen.
We
now,
should probably examine it further, too.
There was one, and this is so stupid, but I love these dumb stories, okay?
Sure.
There was one where the two were told by multiple people, like, oh my God, this person has to be your twin. I've seen somebody that looks like you, but you weren't there. So, clearly. Yeah. And so anyway, they get in touch online and they're like, whoa, we really do look alike. Okay, let's meet. So they meet up and they had both shopped at Walmart or something because they were both wearing the same outfit, but like in reverse colors. So like one was wearing a blue top and white pants and the other one was wearing the exact same outfit, but reversed. Huh. Yeah. And that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And they were like, shut the fuck up. Which is how I would be.
Yeah.
I mean, math is cool. Math is just fucking cool.
Yes.
Like math appearing in nature, like that one number, I forget what it is, that like, is it the Fibonacci sequence or is it like the phi number or something like that?
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, it's the one that it's the same ratio in spirals that shows up in like sunflowers and seashells.
Yeah.
And it's fucking amazing. And that's not magic. It's
math.
Beautiful math.
Yeah.
Like it's still math and it feels magical. So why do we have to add magic to it? Why do we have to say it's magical?
No, to me, science is beautiful.
It is.
Science is amazing. And I don't need magic to explain those things.
Robert A. Heinlein said something similar. I can look at a garden and appreciate the beautiful butterflies and flowers without adding magic to it. It's enough as it is. It's already beautiful.
It is.
And I so appreciate that quote.
Well, and again, I think you're taking away from the magic of what we like. To me, you're taking away from the beauty of what it is to be this unique thing in the universe.
Yes.
When you add God, when you add magic, right? Yeah. It should be enough, right? It should be enough that we are here and unique and what we are because of this random sequence of events.
Right.
That to me is so cool.
Yeah. The final point under this particular topic is the concept of self-fulfilling prophecies, which suggests that beliefs about oneself and one's abilities can influence actions and outcomes. And I have mixed feelings about that because they're trying to say that self-fulfilling prophecy is, let's not attribute magic. But to me, that's more psychology and less magic.
Yeah, 100%.
Because self-fulfilling prophecy, the way it's typically used is, it's that whole, if you say you're going to have a good day, you will. If you say you're going to have a bad day, it's still true.
I was going to say, psychologically speaking, we know that it pays off for yourself to work on getting yourself in a better mood, right?
Half glass full, half glass empty.
Because you have a tendency to get, sick easier if you're in a bad mood. You have, there's all kinds of negative effects to being in a bad mood.
Because hormones.
Sure. Whatever it is. But the mentality that you have going in is going to affect your day. It's going to affect what you do, how things happen. It's better to try to get into a state of mind that puts you in a better frame to work forward from. You know? So
I happen to know that if I am expecting the worst and I am catastrophizing, which I used to do more, I don't do as much anymore.
Right.
But if I'm like, everything sucks, so this is probably bad going to happen. When the bad thing inevitably happens, then I'm like, see, it just added to blah, blah, blah. And then like it allows me to like wallow and to further feel vindicated. Also, at the same time that I'm wallowing in my depression, I'm also vindicated because, see, I was right. I knew the thing. Right. And then every bad thing afterward from there on out further proves to me. And it's like, no, but like you said, it's just shit that happened. If I walk in and I'm in a shitty mood and, I drop my grocery bag, that sucks. And, if the eggs break, like, God damn it, that really fucking sucks. I was already in a bad mood. Now I got to do this.
Right.
Now, I can slow down and take a fucking breath, or I can make a bigger mess by being a fucking bitch and, throw shit or like stomp around and then accidentally drop something else.
Right.
And then be like, God damn it.
Yeah.
It's not magic. It's your mood and your actions and personal responsibility and what you're bringing to the table.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that you're not going to drop your groceries when you're in a bad mood.
Right.
That's not to say you're not going to break eggs and then stomp around and kick something else.
Sure. I think we've all been guilty of that. That's just life.
And sometimes a string of bad luck happens.
Sure.
Bad luck, not in the magical sense, bad luck in the mathematical sense.
I was going to say a string of bad math, that's really what it is.
So, I mean, really, we ought to be saying, like, think science or think math, instead of think God.
Yeah.
Or, like, when we're having, quote unquote, bad luck, we should be like, whoa, I'm having some really bad math today.
I think you say math or fucker,
Math, damn it.
Yeah, math, damn it.
Oh, I really like that one. So, yeah.
Fuck math.
But not really, because I love math.
Right. No, but I mean, in the moment when you're, pissed off at math,
Fucking math.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Goddamn science.
We can love and hate math, right?
Yeah.
People love and hate God, so we can love and hate math.
And you know what the difference is? Math is real.
Yeah, exactly.
So again, mixed feelings about this whole self-fulfilling prophecy thing. I'm not sure what they meant by that. It's magic. Again, are you sure about that?
This isn't shit that convinces me.
No.
Of magic, God, anything like that. So
no. I feel like whoever put this in the notes, like, was supposed to be like saying, that's a bad thing to believe in. And I'm like, but it's not, though.
Right.
Self-fulfilling prophecy is a thing. It's just that it's not magical.
Right.
It's, you and your outlook.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so moving on, how personal agency can overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles.
Okay.
So we've got like the capacity for individuals to make choices, take action, and overcome challenges, even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds.
Again, this kind of goes back to what we were just discussing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this falls under the same umbrella.
Yeah.
So it's just another point.
Yeah, if you put yourself in the mindset that you are going, like, if you walk in, right, and I had a similar experience to this, actually, with the new job that I just started, right? I walked into that job and I said, I am going to blow their minds right off the bat. I'm going to just turn heads. I'm going to make everything I can
You are
work.
so good at this mental trick. You really are.
I am.
It's very admirable because I do not have it.
Right. No, we are complete opposites on this.
Yeah.
Right.
So I see that it exists. It's not magic. Some people got it and some people don't.
Yeah. But when you walk in and you say, I'm going to do this thing, if your every intent and action is built around doing that thing, you can make it happen, right? Yeah. Not make it happen. You can come closer to making it happen.
You can move that direction.
You can be in a better position to make it happen.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's kind of like that whole, I think we were just discussing this in one of our recent podcast episodes, or maybe it was like on our Discord, which again is Wednesdays at 10.
Yeah.
But it's that whole, if you manifest shit into the universe, then good things will come to you through the magic of manifestation, which I totally don't believe in.
Right.
But you know what I do believe in? If you have, like what you're saying, this intention that this is what I'm going to do, you're going to overlook the bad shit and you're going to concentrate on the good shit, which is thereby going to allow you to be in the mood to create better opportunities for yourself.
It's just not just focusing on the good shit. It's saying, I am going to do this. What are the things that are going to get me to be able to do this? And every single day, every single hour, every single time you have to reset your mood, you say, okay, get back into it. What are we doing? How do I get there? What do I need to do from here?
It's just refocusing.
Refocusing. Yeah.
So toward that end, actually, studies have shown that individuals with a strong internal locus of control or belief in their ability to influence events tend to be more resilient and successful in overcoming challenges.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, no, I that makes a lot of sense.
I mean you're looking for the opportunities.
Yeah, again, it's not magic. It's just a matter of your mindset and your willingness to allow yourself to find the way to do the thing you want to do.
It's right? Just a better way of phrasing the whole, or a less elegant way of phrasing every problem is an opportunity.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. I mean, a lot of people call it tricking themselves, right? You trick yourself into being in this way, to be this way to enact a certain outcome, right?
Yeah.
And people do it before sports. People people who play sports, right? I specifically remember when I was younger and wanting to be better at sports, I did a lot of research into how to do that. And I read books about how, some of my favorite people that I followed back then, what they did. And they would prep before a game, right? They they would get their mind in a certain state and calm and do certain routines to prepare themselves for the game, mentally walk themselves through the game before they ever played it, right?
Yeah.
They would imagine scenarios, they would do all these things. And so I think I internalized a lot of that throughout my life.
Yeah.
And I carried it forward with regard to how I treat my ability to be in a certain situation and enact change. So.
Yeah, it's manifestation that you actually did by putting work into it,
right?
Not by just asking the universe to deliver it to you.
No, God didn't replay those fucking games in my head before a game. That was my idea, and that was not my idea. I stole that idea from somebody else,
right?
But it was my choice to do that,
right?
In order to try to prep myself for whatever game I was playing.
Yeah.
So.
Are you familiar with the term neuroplasticity?
I feel like I've heard it, but I'm not familiar with it.
I know, same here. Like, I was not, I had heard it before, but didn't know what it was off the top of my head.
Yeah.
It's the brain's ability to reorganize itself, which demonstrates that individuals can change and adapt throughout their lives.
Okay.
So just kind of goes along with what you're saying. You can kind of force your brain to fucking grow, guys.
Right.
You know, you have to want to, though.
Well, and there's those things like it takes 30 days to build a habit, right? There's things. I'm saying, generally speaking, like there are these little ideas in the world that if you do certain things for certain amounts of times, you can retrain yourself to do certain things, right?
Not necessarily 30 days,
right,
but yes, I hear you.
Right. I'm just saying that you can work on changing your behaviors. You can work on changing your personality even. You can work, I mean, that's what people go to for counseling for, right? They want to improve their mental health and their ability to interact with other people.
Right. And problem solve.
Right.
Like instead of being a bitch and punching a wall or, screaming my head off, which I've done both in the past, maybe I should, learn some tools to manage anger or to manage frustration and learn why I'm frustrated.
And luckily, as a society, we have realized that these are important medical things that we need to treat.
Yeah.
These are important mental states that we need to bolster. They are things that are important for us as humans to understand and try to work towards, right? Mm-hmm. It's not the days of old where we lobotomize people for being crazy or you know what I'm saying? Or lock them in a freaking room and fed them drugs. Like these are not those days anymore. And we grew up in a world that was just on the
almost.
We were
almost there.
Yeah. Well, but there was still the stigma of what it used to mean. And so counseling and mental health was still not prioritized when we were younger.
Like, the only ones that had counseling were the jokes about people in Hollywood. Everybody's got a counselor.
Right.
Like, I can remember specifically that there were a lot of shows where that was like a joke that was made.
Yeah.
And I didn't quite understand it because, given that I got a touch of the tism, I was taking it literally, and I was like, but what's wrong with that? Isn't that a good thing? Why is that funny? Ha ha ha.
Well, I do remember specifically, I remember me and my brother got counseling after my parents got divorced.
Oh, wow.
And I remember being a little scared what people would think.
Yeah.
That I was going to counseling. So I never talked about it with anybody other than my immediate family.
I don't even think I remember you telling me that.
I'm sure I probably did it something.
That's why I phrased it the way I did.
Yeah, it's not something that I talk about a lot because honestly, like I said at the time, I think I was more traumatized by the fact that I was going to counseling than no, I mean that's how I felt. Like it was one of those things where like, oh, I have to go to counseling. What?
Yeah.
And even as a kid I remember thinking that.
Yeah.
But now I have a completely different view of what counseling means, and I believe and know it to be a good thing for people.
That's so funny because when my ex and I divorced, we put our kid in counseling right away. And, they and I both are still in counseling and, for various mental health issues and stuff. And it's just like a thing. And like, we're not embarrassed or ashamed. We're like...
Nor should you be.
Right. Exactly. But, like, we don't mind not just telling family, but, like, anybody who asks. Yeah, I don't care.
Right.
That's the difference just in our lifetimes. Gen X is a really, really weird age, I'm just going to say.
We were on we were teetering between two worlds. Mm-hmm. We were teetering between the world
before and after.
Yeah.
Everything.
Literally the technological age came to being in our lifetime when we were going through our, adolescence.
Yeah.
So it was an interesting time to grow up.
Yeah. It really was.
Yeah.
So, okay, talking about mental health and stuff, though, that is a great place to jump into our final topic, which is reframing the narrative.
Sure.
Interesting, because we did kind of touch on that.
Yeah.
It's shifting the focus from blame and victimhood to empowerment and resilience.
Right.
So we're talking about a mindset that avoids dwelling on past injustices or assigning blame, and instead advocates for taking ownership of one's narrative and focusing on solutions and possibilities.
Right.
So I think reframing the narrative is just a completely wonderful way of saying that.
Yeah. Well, and to bring this back into context with regard to what we are going down to the Kentucky Freethought Convention for, which is, a secular and atheist convention where we are talking about, for all intents and purposes, we're talking about God, right? We're talking about the lack of God and the ability to live a life with a lack of God or without God interfering in our laws or whatever the case may be, right?
Right.
So with regard to the God of the Bible and Christianity and how this culture affects us and the United States or the world in general that does, fall under the purview of Christianity, it's, the God of the Bible is very not modern. We've talked about this quite a bit.
Not modern.
Well, it came up in Hosea recently because we're reading Hosea right now in our read through the Bible, and how they talk about framing the negative that is the Israelites in referencing it as a woman or women or things that are failings in it's misogynistic, right?
Yeah.
The whole idea and the basis of the whole Bible is that humans are bad and sinful from birth, right? Because we did the ultimate sin, or the what is it called? The original sin. Yeah, that's what I was trying to come up with. And so we are bad and wrong from the get-go, and that is part of why we have trouble in our society with mental health, because we collectively, as a Christian, more or less a Christian society. Now, we don't view ourselves that way overall. We want to be secular, generally speaking. I would say the majority of Americans would agree with secularism as is the way to go. Now, that's debatable as to how things are going right now, but overall, we've walked that path quite a bit as a country. But the mental health aspect has been a slow build to where we are now, because there's not a lot of room in Christianity to allow for us to have mental health issues if we're viewing ourselves in the light of a perfect God.
You just need to have more God. You just need to get Jesus in your heart.
Right.
And then you'd be fine.
Yeah.
Didn't you know?
Right. And there's a lot of Christians and people who don't view mental health in the best light, who will say things like build a bridge and get over it, or,
oh my God.
or, just basically diminish the whole idea of mental health. And it's not always because they are religious in the moment. It's more because of the generational curses.
Yes.
The generational, wrongness of this Christian idea in our society.
Yes.
That builds this hate into ourselves for ourselves, and that's what we have to break free of.
Yeah.
That's the generational curse.
The societal norms.
As it applies to Christianity, as it applies to a secular society.
Exactly.
We have to be able to take the ideas that we have grown up with as a nation, as a world, as a society, and say, enough is enough. This is not how we want to be as humans, as people who are progressing, as people who are becoming better and more. And we have to be able to say that this has to stop. And we have to be able to break away from these ideas.
I think that is a perfect place to end this. Holy shit. I mean, you brought it right back around. And it is exactly everything that we said from beginning to end and back around, Yeah.
No, it just real quick. This is why I love our podcast, right? These ideas that are in the Bible that affect our society, they're not correct. They're not right. They're not progressive. They're not good for human beings.
They aren't. They're not good for human beings, and they're not good for human beings that have grown past these silly ideas.
Yeah.
We're better than this.
We are. We are better than this. And we should act as though we're better than this.
Yes.
So that to me is what this is all about.
Yes.
Well, hopefully you're at the Kentucky Freethought Convention. You can tell me what you thought of the episode.
Yeah.
Me, because wife's not going to be there.
I know. Boo.
You can tell her on Discord, though. When she joins on Discord, you can talk to her right through there, and she can chat back.
Yes.
You know. But that's all we got today, I think.
Sure as fuck is.
All right. Well, thanks, guys, for joining us on this special episode where we're kind of going over a topic that's relevant for the convention that we're going to. And if you're there, I'd love to see you at our booth. We do have some, knickknacks for you if you mention this when you stop by the booth. So definitely do that.
If you stop by, you should also make a point of stopping by Stephen Hines' booth. He's a wonderful person and a friend of ours. We met him at the last Kentucky Freethought Convention, and he happens to live, God put him in our path. He lives like a half hour from us. So he's just a great guy. He'll have a booth.
Just for the record, wife was kidding.
Yeah. No, God didn't put him in our path.
Right, yeah.
Jeez.
No,
but he and his wife are fabulous. She won't be there this time, but Stephen will. Stop by and see him as well as us.
Yeah, definitely.
And buy a book from him, and he's an illustrator. Or no, I'm sorry, he's not illustrator. He's a writer.
Yeah.
I was thinking of his fantastic comic.
If you can't make it, join our Discord. The link's always in the show notes.
Yes, definitely.
So go down there, click on that link, join us on Discord, and you can be right there with us at the Kentucky Freethought Convention.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. That's how wife's going to be there.
Yeah.
Even though she's not there.
I know.
So.
Stop saying that. It's like you want me to cry.
All right. We're going to get out of here, guys. I've got a lot to do before I get on the road to the convention. So have a good day, and I hope to see you there.
Bye.
Bye.
Husband.
Wife.
Do you know what? Even a little bit that we're doing today?
Well, it's a day.
It's not Saturday.
And we're running way behind with our podcast.
We are.
Mostly because we've had a lot of things going on in our lives, and that would be your whole saga with Broken Bones, and which again, you can hear the whole story on Patreon for free. You don't even have to be a member. You can go over there and listen to it. But it's been long enough now. Wife broke a couple of bones. Well,
yeah,
at least almost broke one, and then definitely broke two others in the arm.
Yeah.
So, and they were on the way to get others fixed. So that's the short version.
Yeah.
So anyway, needless to say, I've been picking up a little bit of slack that wife can't do, and actually work has been a little bit crazy for me lately. So the podcast has been it's been hard to get to.
It has.
Yeah. And we haven't even done one single wrap-up episode for Hosea yet.
Right.
Because we've only done 5 chapters thus far.
Right.
Which means that today we're getting into
Q&A on any day.
because, that's where we're at. And so we're Qing and Aing Hosea 1 through 5.
Yep.
Do you have anything special you wanted to mention before we get into this episode?
It had been so long, I had forgotten everything that happened, so it's all new to me.
Right, I was going to say, this is going to be more of a refresher for me than anything.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a lot of this happened summary going on, because I was like, what? Yeah,
no, I think I feel the same way, because we've been going over these 5 chapters for about 2.5 weeks now.
Yeah.
So we needed the refresher.
Yep.
Anyway, are you ready to go ahead and get into this? Sorry, there was a motorcycle that just drove by really loud and probably didn't end up on the podcast, but it distracted me. So.
And a squirrel.
Yeah. You ready to get into this?
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
Okie dokie. All right, we are hopping into this Q&A, not on Saturday.
Right.
For Hosea Chapters 1 through 5, or Hosea. I saw you trying to interrupt me to correct me, but no.
Right.
Hosea is Isaiah, not Isaiah.
No.
Hosea is Hosea.
Yeah.
And we're doing 1 through 5 Q&A because that's what would have come next if we were doing this like
on
during
the week.
Yeah. And part of our Q&A will kind of be a little bit of summarizing, because neither of us could remember what happened.
I mean, there was the whole bit where Hosea was comparing his wife to the shittiness of Israel. I remember that.
Adulterous whore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So, chapter 1 was about Hosea's unfaithful wife and her children.
Right.
Who may or may not be hers.
Sure.
And
wait, they have to be hers, don't they?
I mean, his. Sorry. He may or may not be the father of some or all of them.
Okay, all right.
So, chapter 1 sets forth the spiritual whoredom of Israel.
The spiritual whoredom. I love it.
Via symbolic acts.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the original text of all of these chapters, not just chapter 1, was written in Hebrew.
Okay.
Okay, just FYI.
Yep.
In Hebrew Bibles, the last verses of chapter 1, chapters 10 and 11, I don't know if you recall, they appear in chapter 2.
Wait, not chapters 10 and 11, verses 10 and 11.
I swear that's what I said.
You didn't.
Well, it's what I meant. So, yeah, those last 2 verses, they're actually in the next chapter.
Got it. Okay.
Fragments containing this chapter and the rest of the chapters in Hosehead were found among the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Okay.
Isn't that interesting?
Sure. I mean, it's one of the older prophet books, I think.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it makes sense that it would be in there because it's something that had been around for a while. So.
Yes, it had.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hosea, not Hosehead, Hosea translates to a few different things. It can mean salvation, deliverance, savior, or deliverer, which those are all kind of interchangeable. So basically, his name means thesaurus.
Now that's interesting because my understanding was that the general school of thought is that Hosea was probably an actual person that existed. But it doesn't exactly read that way.
No.
It reads as though this is a metaphor for, using this prophet to describe a fictional marriage that is something that to compare to how God feels about the Israelites, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know, and maybe you can answer this question. The information that you got with regard to Hosea being a real person, was that from apologists or was that from scholars?
I'd have to double check.
Okay.
Honestly.
All right. I would be curious about that because...
All right. I'll look into that and get back to you.
To me, the story, it doesn't lend to the credibility that he is a real person.
And the fact that what his name translates to
that doesn't help. And that's why I brought that up, because that doesn't help either.
Let me just read the next one and that will...
Sure.
Even further cloudy.
Okay.
Cloud the issue. Adding the prefix Yah or Jah.
Yeah.
Like in Yahweh. The name becomes Joshua.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
And the original name or the original form of the name is closely related to Hosanna, which means save now.
Okay.
So
yeah, I mean, the symbolism in the name and the story and everything, it doesn't really give a lot of credibility to this was an actual real person.
Yeah.
Right. And the age of this prophet story is also a bit questionable with regard to how they ended up inserting this into the Bible as well.
Right.
Because it feels like it should have, if it's that old, right, it should have fit more into like the earlier texts at some level. Like it should have been in there somewhere with regard to how the Bible transpired over time. But there's not really a timeline here. It's just a story, right? It's not built into the King's Chronicles, or it's not built into the Moses Exodus timeline. It's not built into any of those things that had a timeline. It's just stories that exist from that time,
right?
Which also does not lend a lot of credence to that. I'm just in my mind, right? And I'm not basing this on any actual knowledge that I have of Hosea or not. But the information that I've been given to me doesn't lend to this being a credible, real entity that existed.
Right.
That's all.
Right. Verse 1 is kind of a thing on its own.
Okay.
It's not related really to the rest of chapter 1.
Okay.
Because it is like a introduction kind of thing.
Got it.
Like it's referred to as a title.
Right.
He was contemporary with the prophets Isaiah, Amos, and Micah. And during his lifetime, the city of Rome was beginning to be built.
Okay.
which again, I love hearing about what else was happening in different parts of the world at the same time. It helps put it in context for me. Hosea's ministry spanned the years 760 to 740 BCE during the days of the divided monarchy. So yeah, this is way before.
Got it. Okay.
This was after the days of David and Solomon, when the people of God divided in a civil war. And that created the two nations of Israel in the north and Judah in the south.
But again, that strikes me as to how this didn't end up in a timeline, right?
Yeah.
This is an important enough prophet that he ends up in the Bible, but not important enough that he ends up in anybody's timeline during that time. That's
why these are all that way. They're all referred to as the minor prophets.
Okay. All right.
And that's why.
No, I got it. I just, again, it's odd to me.
Right. This whole thing is some 250 years after the time of King David and some 650 years after Israel came into the promised land.
Got it.
Okay.
Yep.
So then we move into the next few verses, and we talk about his family, Hosea's family.
Yeah.
Okay. The prophet begins his book by outlining his experiences with his unfaithful wife, Gomer.
Right.
And he's commanded to take a prostitute as his wife. But there were some notes that said that she was probably not a prostitute when Hosea was told to marry her.
Okay.
And in recording this story, it's more likely that Hosea was looking back over the events that happened, recalling the woman whom he married and who bore him children, how she became a prostitute.
Oh.
But
okay.
I don't know about that because, well, I'll let you know.
It's kind of funny because we were talking about how this just sounds like he's blasting his wife,
right,
in his writings.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that that's wrong.
Right.
Clearly, I'm not a historian, but something else happens later that makes me think maybe she already was and you just wish she wasn't. I don't know.
Right.
Under the figure of a wife proving false to her marriage vows and bearing children that would follow her example, the prophet is representing the shameful idolatry of the 10 tribes which provoked God to cast them off.
Sure.
So that's his whole stick.
Yeah.
Whatever. In the next few verses, we talk about Hosea's marriage to Gomer and their first son.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, she had 3 kids, and they were all given names with symbolic meaning.
Sure.
Okay. So, verse 3 says, "So he married Gomer, daughter of Diblaim, and she conceived and bore him a son." Okay. So, the fact that the name Gomer and Diblaim and also the sons, that they don't have any apparent, or I'm sorry, not the sons, just Diblaim, the father of Gomer. Okay,
sure.
Those two.
Yeah.
Their names don't have any apparent symbolic significance. And so that supposedly gives us support that the people mentioned in the book really may have existed in history.
Sure.
Because their names are just like, this is their name. Like, there's no meaning
and I kind of
it.
looked it up a little bit too. I think you even mentioned this while we were reading through, but Hosea is mentioned, I guess, in the book of Chronicles. So like there are some cross references and things that it is generally accepted that he is considered a actual possible probable person that existed. And there's not a lot of compelling counter arguments to that.
Right.
I guess just the story itself to me seems a little bit too involved in the whole proving God aspect of the story. Just seems too involved with that. And the fact that it involves his wife and the names of his kids and the whole 9 yards, like that is, it's just a bit too far for me.
Right. Right.
But and maybe this was just him being a little bit, adding a little bit of flair to his story.
Right.
Maybe this wasn't a true story. Maybe this was still his writings, but he was trying to make it, something that he could relate to other people on.
Sure.
So I don't know.
I don't know.
Who knows?
I think that whether he existed or not, his story is stupid.
Yeah.
So
right.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
The Jezreel is the only one, like the first son. He's the only one that is explicitly stated as being Hosea's child.
Okay.
Because That's why I read the verse. He married Gomer, and she conceived and bore him a son. Okay. It's not phrased that way with the other two.
Got it.
And then she had a kid, and then she had another kid.
Right.
Is the way the other ones are.
Yeah.
So they may not have been his, is what I'm getting at. As to the question of was she a prostitute before or after they got married? Got it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I got it.
So, his name, Jezreel, is based on the city of Jezreel, where Jehu killed all living members of Omri's dynasty. And that was mentioned in 2 Kings chapters 9 and 10. And this would have been about 842 BCE.
Okay.
So we read about it, but it was just so long ago.
Yeah.
So the name of the first child was intended to put Israel in mind of their unrepented guilt and the acts of cruelty that were committed in their palace of Jezreel. And Jezreel actually means scattered.
Okay.
And Israel would soon be scattered in exile by a conquering Assyrian army.
Sure.
And it also refers to the Valley of Jezreel, which that is where Jehu, the founder of the dynasty that put Jeroboam on the throne, that's where Jehu massacred all the descendants of Ahab, thus establishing his throne. And again, that was in 2 Kings chapter 10.
Okay. All right.
So God had directed Hosea to name his son Jezreel to confirm his promise to avenge the bloodshed of Jezreel by judging the house of Jehu. So they're trying to tie together those two events.
Got it.
Through time.
Okay.
Yeah. Like that's why the kid was named Jezreel. It was fulfilling the promise or whatever from early on.
Again, this sounds too
put together.
Put together.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm not big on prophecies to begin with.
Yeah.
So it feels, and since if he wasn't mentioned in Kings, but he was mentioned in Chronicles, I mean, you kind of remember how that all broke down, right? Like there was one, Chronicles was a bit more, I don't know.
I thought one was about one nation and one was the other, between Judah and Israel.
I don't recall it quite that way, but I mean, I thought it was kind of a recounting, but it was just a little bit more heavily centered around, like one was more David centric. Like that was like one was more of a history. The other one was more David centric. Right?
Okay. By that.
So by that account, you know, maybe this person that mentions Hosea in Chronicles was trying to fulfill some of these prophecies. Like maybe, you know what I'm saying? Like, and again, there's not evidence against this. I'm not trying to say that this is the case, but there's no evidence exactly for it other than just like best guesses.
Right.
At least not from what I could see. It's just, he's mentioned here, he's mentioned there. They use the actual names. But again, if you're trying to make something sound legitimate, that would be something you would try to do.
That's true.
You know?
That is true.
But okay.
So this prophecy, though, naming him Jezreel, was basically saying, the prophecy going back, talking about during the time of Jehu.
Yeah.
Okay. That dynasty, the dynasty of Jehu, and that prophecy was saying that when the dynasty came to an end, which it would be soon, that is what's happening. You know, they're like, this is your dynasty's coming to an end, and this is coming to an end.
Sure.
After the death of Jeroboam in 752 BCE, his son Zechariah barely reigned only 6 months before being assassinated. And that was in 2 Kings chapter 15.
Okay.
And then that was the end of the house of Jehu.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we move on to the next few verses, 6 and 7, and a daughter is born to Gomer.
Okay. Yeah.
And the name of the second child means not pitied or no mercy, which means that the people that wrote the Karate Kid should have named the kid the daughter's name. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
That would have had more symbolism. That would have been better.
Got it.
They missed an opportunity.
Okay.
And the reason I said Karate Kid was because, no mercy.
Oh.
That's what they said.
Yeah, no, I was having a really hard time following what you were getting at there.
I'm not all together, but yeah, the second child means no mercy. And, that's the whole line in Karate Kid. But I forgot to say that That's why I was mentioning
Cobra Khan or whatever the fucking Is that right? Did I say that right?
Cobra Kai.
Cobra Kai. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a show now called Cobra Kai.
Yeah, there is.
And it's about those two grown-ups.
But again, pulling out those 80s references.
Right. Yeah. Sorry.
Relevant shit there.
Sorry. OMG. Okay, so the name of the second child foretold that God would no longer have pity on the northern kingdom, but will allow it to suffer the full penalty of its sins.
Okay.
And it signifies the people of Israel not finding mercy, and in consequence of their guilt, God's rejection. Womp womp.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's pretty much a standard, though.
Right.
God rejecting his people.
Yeah.
That's nothing new.
You're not good enough.
That's just like standard practice for him. That's part of the whole process.
Exactly.
You got to get rejected before you can get saved, and if you get saved, you've been rejected. So
right. Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Every call to this child that's named No Mercy.
Yeah.
Hey, No Mercy, get your ass over here. Every call out to the child No Mercy would remind Hosea and everyone else of their impending judgment and exile. So every time you're yelling this kid's name, not only are you saying, hey, suckball, get over here, you piece of shit. Like, actually, and it's like, and all the rest of you are shitty too.
Right.
Like, okay, I hear what you're saying.
Yep.
The army of Assyria that destroyed Israel also attacked Judah, but it did not conquer them. Instead, God miraculously fought on behalf of Judah against Assyria when the angel of the Lord killed 185,000 soldiers in the camp of Assyria in one night. Yeah, that was in 2 Kings chapter 19.
That was insane.
And we were like, surely that would be recorded in history somewhere.
Yeah, that's a lot of dead people in one night.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That is something else.
Yeah.
You angel of death.
Yeah.
I feel like those two words just don't even go together. Like,
right.
Angel of death. How about demon of death?
Or spirit of death or something.
Right. But angel, it just,
but that's because of your idea of what an angel is, right? I mean, like most people's generic version of what an angel is this friendly,
right,
help do-gooder, entity that helps humanity out, right?
Yeah.
But like in a lot of our reading that we've come across in the Old Testament, angels, they're not always great. They're kind of they're pretty bad, actually.
I mean, let's be fair. They have a reason to. They were like the only things that existed. And then God made these other piece of shit little monkey people.
Right.
And then was like, here, these are my favorites. And the angels were like, what about me? And he's like, oh yeah, that's right. And they're also better than you. And you have to, find them superior to you.
Sure.
And so the angels are like, wait, what?
But I'm going to be honest. If I ran across an Old Testament angel, I'd be pretty scared, actually.
Right.
They don't seem normally real friendly.
No, they're not.
So
they're not. And that's why the angels were like, I feel like they had good reason to be mad.
Yeah.
And shitty.
Yeah.
They're like,
I guess.
This is trash. We didn't ask for people. What the fuck? And I mean, to know that, like, angels are awesome or whatever, supposedly, they're powerful, they're strong, like, they have all this magic power shit in the Bible, right?
Right, yeah.
According to what we've read, they're awesome, right?
Sure.
I'm not saying they are.
No, I got you.
Good.
You're saying they've got a lot of power.
Yeah. But they have to. They're expected to treat humans who suck
as superior. Right.
Like, I don't blame them for being a little shitty.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. I'm with you.
I get the mood, but the action was way off.
Yeah.
Like, just because I have a kid who is a little shit doesn't mean I all of a sudden be like, I'm going to kill him. Like, whoa.
Right.
That's too far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay. All right. So Judah and her kings have been more faithful to God's ways during those years, as exemplified by King Hezekiah in 2 Kings chapter 18.
Okay. Sure.
So then they have a second son.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the name of the third child was Not My People.
Wait. They have a second son. Oh, second. Yeah. Second son.
It's the third child, but the second son.
Yeah, I got it.
Yep. And his name is, I don't want you. You're not mine. It's not my people. So by the time the third child was born, God no longer recognized Israel as his people.
Okay.
So every time somebody would call out to, not mine, not my kid.
Yeah.
That would be a reminder to everyone around that the people of Israel had pushed God away and should no longer be considered as people.
Right.
Womp womp.
Yeah.
We knew, remember, I think we've said this before, we knew a family who the mom had an affair.
Yeah.
And got pregnant by that affair. And I don't know what happened in their marriage, but they stayed married. And she had another daughter later on. Anyway, she had 2 kids, but the first one was with her extramarital affair person.
Mm-hmm.
And that child's name, they named Cain.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is mean,
yeah,
right?
That was kind of fucked up.
I'm just like, that is so mean.
Right.
That kid has to grow up with that. And why did you do that?
Yeah. No, that's shitty.
I don't get that.
Yep. I agree.
Like, it ain't the kid's fault.
Right.
But they were very Christian.
Yeah.
And that tracks. Yep. You have to hate children.
Sure. For
right?
your fuck up? Sure.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yep. So the nation and then later Judah as well would be cut off from God and taken into captivity.
Right.
So since Gomer had not yet given up her prostitution, there is a cruel irony in the name that this child was probably fathered by another man. So it was not mine on a small scale.
Right.
Local, one-on-one.
Yep.
Like, Hosea's like, this is not my kid. And that is representative of the larger picture where Israel is no longer God's.
But this is some of the reason that I don't really truck with this story.
Yeah.
Is because I don't feel like this is the way this would have gone down.
I mean, I just told you that a dude really did name his kid Cain, so I fully believe that some asshole back then might have named their kid something cruel.
I guess.
It tracks.
No, sure. Okay.
All right, so then we move into the last 2 verses of this chapter, and those are the ones that actually belong in chapter 2, if it was cut properly.
Got it.
Okay, so there's a promise of restoration, and these 2 verses actually go through chapter 2, verse 1, and the reverse negative meanings of the children's names, and then how those can be applied to Israel as well.
Got it.
Okay?
Yep.
And despite these judgments, God will have pity eventually on Israel and Judah. Okay?
Sure.
God promises to repair the loss of his church by calling in the Gentiles and by uniting all the children of God under one head, the Messiah, in the latter days.
But we're talking about, this is back in the 800, 700 BC, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It was a long fucking time ago, right?
Yeah.
And so many other things transpired between then and even when Jesus came, hypothetically.
Right.
That this doesn't make any sense, right? Like, he fixed things, but then he broke them again.
Right.
Right? And it wasn't because but then he fixed things again and then broke them. Things happened multiple times since this, and they didn't involve a Messiah. And especially depending on what religion you're talking about, in Judaism, there still hasn't been a Messiah. And so if we're talking about that is just not something that has ever happened yet.
Open-ended.
And Christianity, it took, 700, 800 years from then.
Right.
So this, and none of it lines up correctly with regard to how this should have happened, because the Babylonian exile happened after this, and that's even after the Assyrians took over. So, I mean... the Syrians, I guess, didn't take over, but they did attack. So I guess we could push it out to mean the Babylonian exile, but whatever.
What I find interesting is that we stopped at some point with the religious texts. Like, there's no more religious texts.
Right, yeah.
Why aren't there still...
Yeah, why did it all happen back then? Like,
why aren't there still prophets from, I don't know, the 500s and the 1000s.
Yeah, I mean, humans have existed. I mean, even if you just take into account creationists' version, right? Mm-hmm. We've existed for 6,000 years, and according to them, and we only wrote during 1,000 of those years. Mm-hmm. which leaves 5,000 years that we didn't write shit about anything.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
And that's allowing.
That's
for
allowing.
creationists.
Yeah. Yeah. So God's going to promise to repair the loss to his church by calling in the Gentiles and uniting all the children, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And they will once more become his people. Isn't that pretty?
No, it's wonderful.
Yeah, they're going to rejoice again.
Yeah.
Isn't that exciting?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And they'll be brought back to their homeland and united as one. Yay!
That's very happy. Yeah.
So then in chapter 2, we talk about Israel's sin. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
The oracle of salvation, the reversal of judgment, and all that happens. And so everything kind of gets, the names are good now instead of bad.
Yeah.
Right? So in this verse, he calls on them to acknowledge that mercy and to then excite one another. Be happy, people, says God.
Right.
Celebrate, blah, blah, blah.
Sure.
So Hosea's sons are at this point in chapter 2 where we pick up the story.
Mm-hmm.
They're all grown up now.
Okay. Yeah.
And Hosea asked them to plead with their mother to return to him. Like, come home, Gomer, come home.
Yeah.
But that
wasn't that
happen.
at the behest of God asking him to do that too?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So then verse 4 says, I will not show my love to her children because they are the children of adultery. And so that happened.
Yeah.
The meaning is not necessarily that the children were to be disinherited through the accident of birth, but because they proved to be the very image of their idolatrous mother. The children have failed to join Hosea in the trial, and they do not confront or abandon her, as apparently they are in one heart and soul with their mother. Makes sense.
Sure.
I love my mom.
Yeah.
Mom, please stop being a prostitute and come home. Daddy says we're not his. Like, what? So their status, the sons, becomes that of offspring born to a harlot.
Got it.
So
because they wouldn't just accept.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily that they weren't his, but he's like, if you side with her, then, I'm not calling you my son anymore.
Again, it's how God wants the Israelites to treat him, right?
Exactly.
You have to only worship God. Mm-hmm. You have to accept and fully love and obey God's laws. And if you don't, you're fucked.
Yes.
So.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the children, the Israelites in this case, being led by their parents, quickly fell into the gross errors and pollutions of paganism. And for this reason, they were called children of whoredom.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
Gross. Israel's adultery was to follow Baal instead of Yahweh. So they cheated on God.
Which was, I think, a Canaanite god, which was their fucking neighbors. Yeah. And, I don't know. There's a lot of influence from other cultures in this time because there's so many cultures around them,
Yeah.
And I can't really blame them for being influenced by other cultures,
Yeah, me neither.
Especially when these cultures were usually bigger entities than they were.
And stronger.
Yeah.
Because of that.
Right.
The people believed that Baal was the god of nature and that he would give them happiness. And just as a husband could strip his unfaithful wife and send her away naked, so God will, by drought and conquest, strip Israel's land, leaving it barren, fruitless. Okay?
Yeah.
Then we go on and talk about how God will draw Israel back. So God creates other hindrances designed to stop Israel from going after Baal and to help her return to him. But she persists in pursuing Baal. Womp womp.
Yeah,
that tracks.
It's not. I don't think that is that they persisted in pursuing Baal, right? They persisted in worshiping whatever god seemed to fit their needs at that given time, right?
That's true.
If you're looking to fix something that's happening in the nature, you would look for your nature god to do that, right?
Yeah.
If you're looking to fix something that like if you want to stop a disaster and, there's this God Yahweh who always causes disasters, you're going to worship Yahweh that day because you're like, hey, dude, don't fuck us up today, man. Please.
Right.
I feel like it was just a matter of which God seems most relevant today.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Because
there's so many gods at that time.
Well, we've said that before, that they're just trying to find out which one is going to help their grass grow.
Right. Yeah.
So
you can't blame him for that, I don't think.
So God's like, I'm going to make you be naked or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And After these corrections, God promises to conduct Israel safely to their own land, perhaps alluding to their restoration from the Babylonian captivity. For this prophecy is supposed to have been delivered about 250 years prior to that event.
But we talk a lot about the Assyrians, right?
Mm-hmm.
In this book.
This part.
And much like when we were talking about Jeremiah and Isaiah and how they had quote unquote prophecies, it's not hard to read the writing on the wall, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like they were like, hey, these Assyrians, they're right there doing these things. And if I had to guess, they're talking about a probable Assyrian invasion, right? It just didn't fully occur. Something happened that stopped it, that whatever. Yeah, God apparently killed 185,000, but we all know that that's bullshit. So something happened. They held up their end, and they held off the Assyrians. And so now we can take this and say, yeah, they meant the Babylonian exile, right?
Yep.
Which, sure. I mean, whatever. You can always apply it to something. You can take any idea and say, oh, this was meant to be that, right? And if when you equate it and try to make things match, you can make it work. And it's still bullshit, though. But, okay.
So, verse 15 of chapter 2 says, "There I will give her back her vineyards and will make the valley of Achor a door of hope." So, we had questions about this verse in particular. I remember.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Achor means trouble. So, the valley of Achor is literally the valley of trouble right here in River City.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a place of trouble where Achan's sin was discovered and judged way back in Joshua Chapter 7. Okay. So just to remind you what happened there, Achan was the doofus in Joshua Chapter 7 who looted silver, gold, and shekels.
Yep.
When Israel had been instructed to either destroy everything or give it back to God.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then that disobedience pissed God off. So when they attempted to conquer the city of Ai, they were defeated, and 36 of their men were killed. 36.
Okay.
Which it's funny how the numbers have changed, because now that's like just 36.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about God took out 145, so 185,000.
Right.
So I don't know what you're trying to say 36 is.
Yeah.
So Joshua was like, WTF? So God told him about the thievery and then called up the clans one by one. And then the tribes, and then the families. And then when Achan was chosen, he admitted what he had done. And the Israelites stoned him and his family and burned their belongings as a punishment for his disobedience and as a way to turn away God's anger. And of course, this murdery bullshit appeased God.
I would be really fucking pissed if I was his family. Like, what did we do?
Well, you'd only be pissed for the 6 seconds before God
I know.
Smote your ass.
It's crap. It's crap.
It is. Like, why do the women and children have to suffer?
Right.
That's not fair.
Yeah.
Unless, what, are you saying that they were part of it? Make that part of the story then.
Right.
Because it looked like he just...
Guilt by association, right?
Yeah. Well, fuck you, God. Sorry.
And not even like close. Like, it's not like they were part of the heist. They just were related to him.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. So going back into Hosea chapter 2, verse 15, God's restoration will involve transforming the quote-unquote valley of trouble into a door of hope after Israel acknowledges her wrong.
Got it.
Okay. So I want to read verses 16 and 17.
Okay.
In that day, declares the Lord, you will call me my husband. You will no longer call me my master. I will remove the names of the Baals from her lips. No longer will their names be invoked.
Okay.
So God was not satisfied with a fear-based... Oh, okay, this is going to make you laugh. Okay? It really is. God was not satisfied with a fear-based, obedience-focused relationship with his people where they thought of him primarily as master. He wanted a relationship where they thought of him primarily as husband. In Hebrew, the name Baal comes from the word master, and the two words sound alike. So, there's Baal and Baal.
So they're trying to distinguish the type of God that God, Yahweh, is, basically?
Yeah. It was the Baals, the idols of the nations, which wanted this master-slave relationship with men.
Sure.
But the Lord God, Yahweh, He wanted a love-based, commitment-based relationship with his people.
Yeah, and when he can't have it, he's going to kill you.
Right.
I mean...
that is not love, though. That is... He's still their fucking master.
Yeah, I don't think they quite grasp the concept there.
No, it's... Yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, it's just bad.
It's just bad.
Yeah.
So then in verse 22 it says, and the earth will respond to the grain, the new wine, and the olive oil, and they will respond to Jezreel. So, as I said, the name Jezreel means scattered.
Yeah.
And it had been used previously in a negative sense, but it was also the word used to describe the good scattering of seed, meaning sowing, like you sow the seeds.
Right.
So God would restore his people to abundance and blessing. And in that case, scattering would become sowing.
Got it.
Sowing the seeds.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about the restoration of Gomer in chapter 3.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
By the prophet taking back his wife for whom he still retained his affection, though she had proven unfaithful. By doing this and by entering into a new contract with her. Remember, he went to go get her and he bought her back. And he's like... and then by giving her hopes of reconciliation, that she would need to have some time off from him, like no sex for you, but also no sex for me.
Right.
Like in a state of widowhood.
Sure.
By doing all of that, God is representing the gracious manner, this God of love, in which he will restore the Jews from the Babylonian captivity.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So verse 1 says, the Lord said to me, go show your love to your wife again, though she is loved by another man and is an adulteress. Love her as the Lord loves the Israelites, though they turn to other gods and love the sacred raisin cakes. We're like,
yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, we're like, raisin cakes?
Right.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So I'm going to talk about that in just a sec.
Okay.
Gomer, who had apparently left Hosea, remember?
Yeah.
Was at that time living in adultery with another man.
Oh.
So unlike in Hosea chapter 1, verse 2, where it says, take a wife, here Hosea is being told to love the wife. Okay.
Yeah.
And that he needs to renew his conjugal kindness to her.
Oh.
Go fuck your wife. Bring her home to fuck her. Okay.
Yeah.
But let's talk about raisin cakes.
Yeah.
Raisin cakes, and in the King James version, this says flagons of wine.
Okay.
And in other translations, it might say cakes of grape or dried raisins.
Okay.
So all of those things were used in idolatry. That was mentioned in Jeremiah chapters 7 and 44.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So verse 2 says, so I bought her for 15 shekels of silver and about a homer and a lethek of barley.
Right.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. So 15 shekels of silver was half the price of a slave as described in Exodus chapter 21.
Mm-hmm.
And it may also allude to the dowry for a bride.
Okay. Yeah.
As Price mentioned in 1 Samuel chapter 18.
Right.
A shekel was about 0.4 ounces or 11 grams.
Okay.
And a homer of barley was about 6 bushels or 200 liters. So now you know.
Yeah.
Gomer first had to undergo a period of discipline. Like, remember when he's like, no sex for you?
Yeah.
She had to live with Hosea as a slave, not as his wife.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And Hosea stipulates that Gomer should wait this long period before she can be restored to her quote unquote conjugal rights, sex.
Right.
And he's likewise going to do that. That is because in Deuteronomy chapter 21, the law for taking a beautiful captive woman, remember, like if you steal somebody else's,
right,
stipulates that she has to mourn for her family for a full month before she can be married to the guy that kidnapped her.
That's interesting because we're comparing it to, we're comparing this marriage and this relationship to the Israelites' relationship with God. So God is, by this story, maybe allowing for a time of mourning for their previous God.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
Which is weird to me.
Yeah. So, it is interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it's not in the nicest of terms, right? You're a slave now. I don't know. But whatever. It's still,
right.
If we're taking that at face value, he's allowing for a time of mourning.
You
for
have
this
30
previous god.
days to get rid of this shit.
Right.
I don't want to see it anymore. You're not leaving your room.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, are you talking to your child or your wife? I don't know. But
right. Why I think those things would be interchangeable back then.
Sure. So, Israel likewise must have a period of discipline. You know, no sex.
Yeah.
She has to live in captivity in a foreign land where she will be without her own civil government and will be separated from all objects connected with former religions, practices, whatever, good or bad.
That didn't really happen, though, even with Babylonian
Right.
exile, right?
Right.
They were actually exposed to a lot of new gods in Babylon.
Yeah.
So that didn't happen.
Well, the fact that they had to live in captivity with these other gods that they were supposed to turn down, that's why there wasn't a lot of Yahweh there.
Got it. Yeah.
Because Yahweh was on purpose staying away.
I see.
It's not that he wasn't invited to prom in the first place.
Right.
All right. So in chapter 4, Hosea now turns from his personal experiences to the conditions in Israel. Okay. There appears to be a little chronological order or logical development.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you remember
Kind of.
me saying that chapter 4 and 5 kind of is like something else. It consists of collections of numerous short messages that Hosea apparently delivered on various occasions over a number of years.
Right.
And in this chapter, he reproves the people and priests for their sins following Jeroboam's death.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's no mention of the king or his family in these.
Okay. All right.
And bloodshed and other evils usual in a civil war are specified in these few chapters.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the prophet changes his mind wow, I really fucked that up. The prophet charges his people with their enormous sins, in consequence of which they are threatened with heavy judgments.
Right.
Okay. So, as we move on, the corrupt and ineffective leadership of the priests is what's put to blame. Like you're leading the people astray.
Yeah.
And then we talk about the adultery of idolatry. Do you know how hard that was to say? Just so you know. And basically he's like, you guys are whores because you looked at this other religious stuff instead of me and my golden ball sack.
Right.
If we move on to verse 15, it says, though you, Israel, commit adultery, do not let Judah become guilty. Do not go to Gilgal. Do not go up to Beth-aven. Okay?
Which I'm assuming are places where there's worship of other gods.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So the cities of Gilgal and Beth-aven were centers of idolatry in Israel. For a citizen of Judah to travel there meant they shared in Isaiah's idolatry.
In Isaiah's idolatry?
I'm sorry, in Israel's. Isaiah, Israel, whatever.
Got it.
You know, one's person, one's a nation, whatever.
Yeah.
At one time, Gilgal was a place where prophets were trained under Elijah and Elijah. And that's it from 2 Kings.
Yeah.
But in Hosea's day, it had become a center of false worship. So that city had really done a flip-flop.
I'm assuming these were in the northern Israeli kingdom. Is that possible?
I think so.
Okay.
Wherever Elijah and Elijah were.
Got it. I can't remember, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
but I'm assuming, though, since we're talking about Israel and we're talking about idolatry and the centers of those things.
Israel was the northern kingdom, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And they were the ones that were absorbed or whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
And more than that, they had previously, before being conquered by Assyria, or whatever had happened to them exactly, they had been described as worshiping different gods.
Right.
Right? Their idea of what Yahweh was different before they even got conquered. So
yeah.
Everything was different with those northern tribes at some point.
I forgot about that. But yeah, you're right. So there was actually no city named Beth-aven. Hosea twisted the name of the city of Bethel, meaning house of God, into the more fitting name Beth-aven, meaning house of deceit.
Ah, okay.
I really like that, just so you know.
Yeah.
Bethel was the southern center of calf worship established by Jeroboam.
Got it. Which would have been the northern kingdoms. So yeah, that makes sense. I believe.
It says it was the southern center of calf worship.
Right, but the calf worship was all done in the northern kingdoms, I think.
I don't remember, honestly.
I don't either.
I'm pretty sure it was done in Israel. I thought Israel was north.
Right, but there was Judah and then there was Israel, right?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Okay, all right.
All right, so moving on to verse 17. Ephraim is joined to idols. Leave him alone. So the tribe of Ephraim was the largest tribe in Israel, and therefore the prophets often referred to Israel as Ephraim. It would be similar to how you call the state by the city,
right,
or the capital city or whatever. Yeah. The idolatry, greed, and immorality of Israel is going to be the cause of its destruction, is what this is all getting to.
Just real quick, Jeroboam was the king of the northern Israel.
Okay.
And then, so not Judah. So that was...
makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. That all follows.
Yeah.
Okay. So moving on to chapter 5. In verse 1, it goes, "Hear this, you priests. Pay attention, you Israelites. Listen, royal house. This judgment is against you. You have been a snare at Mizpah, a net spread out on Tabor." Do you remember those?
Yes.
Those were the two mountains.
Right.
So they refer to two high mountains in the northern land of Israel, which almost 4 miles high, had on the top of it a plain of around 3 miles.
Oh, wow.
And those are where altars were set up to ensnare and draw people into idolatry. And the reason that the sites were able to do that is because they were honey-lipped mountains.
You did that.
I did that. I did that. Yeah.
No, I like that. That's good.
If that had been in Wikipedia or any other place, I would have shit my pants laughing. So Mizpah, situated on the east of Jordan in the mountainous part of Gilead, was the sacred place of the solemn covenant between the patriarch Jacob and Laban. Or Laban.
Right.
And was probably, like Gilgal and other sacred places, desecrated by idolatry.
Sure. But again, this is according to the southern tribes of Judah, who then, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, the northern tribes didn't necessarily stop worshiping Yahweh, because
they just did so differently.
Did it differently.
Yeah. Because they read the same Bible and cherry-picked an entirely different type of stuff.
Well,
just kidding, the Bible didn't exist then.
I was going to say, at that time, it was more oral tradition. So, I mean, even with regard to that, think about how things change in society now with regard to where you live and how you're brought up, right?
Well, I was just...
Can you imagine in a time when you hardly traveled outside of your city, how things would be different from one place to the next? You know, like that?
Yeah.
It doesn't...
But even today, where we have much more ability to be more homogenous, there's still like a huge difference between, like, say, Methodist and Southern Baptist.
Sure.
Like, of course, they say they believe the same God, but their worship is all kinds of different.
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you.
Oh, yeah.
So, anyway, hold on. Sorry. Let's talk about Tabor, the other mountain. So that was Mizpah. This is Tabor.
Sure.
A beautiful mountain in Galilee within the tribe of Zebulun. And it also sat between the tribal territories of Issachar and Zebulun and was 6 miles from Nazareth.
Okay.
Tabor was the scene of God's deliverance of Israel by Barak, as read in Judges chapter 4.
Okay.
And then both of these places are said to be eminent for hunting, and that's why the word snare and net was in that verse. Yeah. And I remember
you talked about that during when we were reading them. Yeah.
Yep. All right. So verse 7 says, "When they celebrate their new moon feasts, he will devour their fields." Now that is from our translation, but there's another translation that says, "Now shall a moth devour them." Okay. So we just went from moth and fields. Okay.
I like the idea of a moth devouring them better.
Yeah.
That's definitely weirder.
Yeah.
And I'm all for weird, because there's just so much weird already in this. Like, why not just go full, like, all in, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So, in 2 Kings, there's a verse that says, "In a month's time, the king of Assyria shall be upon them and oblige them to purchase their lives and liberties by a grievous tax of 50 shekels per head." So that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Instead of month, some translate the original as locust, such that the locusts shall devour them.
Right, which we were talking about that, like, could refer to how they referred to the Assyrians or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So verse 8 says, sound the trumpet in Gibeah, the horn in Ramah, raise the battle cry in Beth-aven, lead on, Benjamin. So Gibeah and Ramah were cities of Judah in the tribe of Benjamin.
Okay.
And where it says, after thee, O Benjamin, it's an abrupt call of warning.
Got it. Yeah.
And it's talking to the tribe of Benjamin, not as the person, Benjamin.
Right.
There's another translation that says, Benjamin, fly for thy life. The enemy is just behind thee. And it's a prediction of the invasion of the Assyrians and the captivity of the 10 tribes.
Right.
The people are firmly held by the power of idolatry, and they are unable to return to God. They still suffer their animal sacrifice, offer their animal sacrifices, but God does not accept them because they're just like lip service.
Fake, right? Yeah.
They are not his children. We already read about that.
Sure.
But the children of prostitution, within a short time, God will send another judgment upon them in the form of further devastation of their crops. So that's what's going to be coming.
Got it.
Okay.
Yep.
And that is pretty much it for chapters 1 through 5, as far as any questions that we had or what we didn't understand was going on.
Yeah, no, I'm glad for the summary. It's been, like I said, 2.5 weeks or whatever since we started this. So it was nice to catch back up on everything.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to getting back into some more chapters of Hosea. Which we should be doing probably soon. I think wife actually is going to the doctor tomorrow to see what we need to do next with regard to her arm. And when she has more function of her arm, we might be doing more podcasts again.
Right. That would be exciting.
It's hindering the research capabilities that she has been doing. So
it really is. And I know it shouldn't be, but see.
Well, sure it should be. You have to, type things. So
yeah. My left hand is so klutzy. I can't do anything with it. It sucks.
Well, I mean, if they go listen to the story, like everything in the last 3 weeks was so klutzy.
Well, yeah, there's that. That's why I haven't left the house since I got this cast on my arm. They literally grounded me from taking the stairs.
Yeah, well, tried to. You still did it a couple of times.
I did. I snuck down and did laundry. Shame.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, that was our Q&A for Hosea chapters 1 through 5.
Q&A, not on Saturday. Maybe it'll be again someday.
Right. And I will be getting together a weekly wrap-up together for Hosea chapters 1 through 5 plus the Q&A here. Because that's well overdue just because of time.
Right.
Nothing else. Like normally this is where we would do it anyway. But that will be coming out shortly. And then hopefully, we'll be back, I'm just going to say soon, with Hosea.
Hosehead, chapter 6.
Yes, that's the one.
I wasn't really listening to you, and so then you looked at me expectantly, and I had to replay the entire last, 2 seconds.
Yeah,
what did he say?
Right.
What does he want from me? Yeah, Hosea chapter 6.
All right, we'll see you then.
Bye.
Hey, wife, I guess that's the end?
But husband, that's just sad.
It doesn't have to be. We are on lots of social media platforms like Twitter. Our handle there is sacrilegious_D.
For D's nuts.
Oh my God. Stop doing that. Anyway, we're also on Facebook, Instagram, and Pinterest. There's a link to all of our social media sites at our website.
Ooh, we have a website?
Yeah, it's sacrilegiousdiscourse.com, where you can also find a link to our merch shop.
We have a merch shop?
Yep. We have podcast-themed clothing, mugs, notebooks, and more, as well as an atheist and science-themed products.
Wow, our fans should really go check that out right now.
Definitely. They can get in touch with us by sending an email to sacrilegiousdiscourse@gmail.com. But before they do that, we could really use some help.
Oh yeah? With what?
Well, it's not free running the podcast, and we need some financial support in order to get better equipment, which will free up time so we can concentrate on our podcast and our fans.
Okay, so what should they do?
Head over to patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse and sign up as a contributor on our podcast. Supporters there receive additional bi-weekly episodes that we record just for our Patreon members for as little as $2 a month.
Also, we'd really appreciate it if you would like and subscribe on whatever platform you're using.
And Apple Podcast reviews help us out tremendously.
Like and subscribe. Leave an Apple review. Join us on Twitter. Support us on Patreon. That's a lot of instructions. Don't forget to say thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, bye.